16 juin 1940.
Na 21. jsem měla telefon, že nás obsazuje armáda. Což jsme považovali za něco, že to vůbec není možné. To byl takový šok. Okay, evo ja mislim da smo ovu...
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we can begin. Distinguished speakers, members of the diplomatic corps, mayors of European and Croatian cities, reputable experts, representatives of the academia, NGO sector, civil sector, dear citizens who have decided to join us at this important event, distinguished media representatives, dear guests. So welcome to our international conference, Green Transition Drives European Cities, Zagreb 2024. As you know, this is day 2 of our event. The first day was predominantly dedicated to communication and discussion with citizens. It is a major pleasure to greet you on behalf of the organizers of this conference, Mayor of the city of Zagreb, Mr. Tomislav Tomašević, President of the City Assembly of the city of Zagreb, Mr. Joško Klisović, and Director of Regional Energy Climate Agency of Northwest Croatia, REGEA, Mr. Julije Domac. Welcome to City Assembly of the city of Zagreb. At the very beginning, I would like to kindly invite Mr. Joško Klisović, President of the City Assembly of the city of Zagreb, to address the audience.
Poštovani uzvanici.
Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the European Commission and other organizations, representative of the President of the Republic, I would like to greet you all kindly on behalf of the City Assembly of the city of Zagreb, one of the organizers of this conference. Today's conference is in fact a two-part conference. We had the first part last Friday. That's when we had dialogue with citizens. We are looking at sustainable transition. We are working on this precisely for citizens. That's why it's important to hear their voice. And I have to say, the discussion was quite inspirational. I will tell you more about it later on as to what citizens think about energy transition in the city of Zagreb and about the European Green Deal. Ladies and gentlemen, cities are the biggest polluters. Cities are the biggest generators of economic development as well. Cities are major hubs of cultural and economic development. Cities are where knowledge, finance, and predominantly people are concentrated. There are more than 75% of global population living in cities nowadays. 90% of global GDP is generated in cities. Cities consume 80% of energy, and they have roughly the same share when it comes to CO2 emissions. Cities are responsible for 75% of GHG emissions. Europe is a continent that is heating the most at twice the average of the remainder of the planet, 0.5 degrees Celsius per decade. My native city, your city, no longer has a moderate continental climate. We are now having a Mediterranean climate. So it is no wonder that we no longer have the ski cup on Sljeme mountain, because climate simply doesn't permit so any longer. So climate change is something we feel in cities the most. Climate change is here. This is inevitable. It's not our choice. But each city that looks at matters seriously must have energy and climate policy as a response. When it comes to room for progress, it is biggest in cities. When we look at decarbonization, energy transition opportunities, that's also where cities are at the forefront. At the same time, cities are where mitigation of climate change must take place. Without cities, there can be no green transition, nor sustainable future. Cities, therefore, must be the impetus and carriers of change, relying upon financial and economic power, its concentration of knowledge and innovation, relying upon new and creative management models. Cities are becoming leaders of green transition, frequently more ambitious than governments themselves. That's why cities join various initiatives, such as the European Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy. It brings together thousands of local authorities voluntarily committing to implement European climate and energy objectives. Zagreb is part of this covenant, but also many other agreements. This includes the EU approaches in terms of adaptation to climate change and bringing together cities in various initiatives. We are responsible for 75% of Green Deal's implementation. Unfortunately, involvement in designing of the plan and approaches is not where it should be, and we need to change this unless we want the Green Deal to be a mere piece of paper. For successful implementation of Green Deal and green transition, cities require competent HR, appropriate financing, and good multi-level governance. When speaking about staff, human resources, cities frequently lag them in terms of green transition implementation. We are talking about new policies. This requires new knowledge and skills. That's why we need technical assistance of the EU, but also of national governments in order to develop administrative capacities to implement green and sustainable policy. When it comes to finances, current funding of the European Green Deal is insufficient. The European Commission itself assesses that we are lacking 600 billion euros of investments per annum in order to truly implement Green Deal's objectives. And therefore, the new European budget must be harmonized with Green Deal's objectives. This harmonization must be coupled with significant increase of funding of local authorities in order to implement projects, engage in technical assistance, and strengthen management and implementation capacity. Public funding should also be used to mobilize and activate private capital to invest in projects where objectives of the European Green Deal are achieved. We need to ensure a mix, in other words, that can consist of direct economic support, such as loans or grants. Fiscal measures are also there potentially, such as tax relief, subsidies, incentives. Public-private partnership is also important. We need to involve private capital because public funds alone won't be sufficient for green transition. Citizens can also get involved, perhaps through green bonds, and Zagreb has undertaken this approach too. We want to see more support to the European City Facility model. It ensures funds to develop investment plans in order to strengthen, mobilize, and engage private capital. In the next financial period, we need to look at the European funding model that appropriately responds to needs of cities, because the current approach, with its complexity and due to limited capacity of cities, is something that limits or hinders effective use. Nationalization of European funds is also important. Funds are allocated through governments and national ministries without sufficient consultation with cities, without sufficient regard to the importance of cities in implementation. As regards multi-level governance, and this is the third important element of success of implementation, the current model does not satisfy the needs. We need a new model that would satisfy the needs of cities to a higher degree. As we said, some 85% of implementation of Green Deal lies on cities and local administration. We need to involve cities when it comes to defining the new European policy of green transition and when it comes to defining new objectives. And that's true from the very beginning of the process, rather than involving cities at the very end once objectives and policies are already defined and impossible to change. Also, governments must involve local administration in cities in defining national level plans in order to make it possible for cities to initiate consultations with the government on their own. Because once you get an obligation to implement something without actually participating in designing the approach, the attachment and involvement are not where they would be if we have full involvement from the very beginning. There should also be a new chapter dedicated to implementation where the governments would undertake obligation to help cities appropriately to implement green transition. However, to successfully implement green transition, we need to have active engagement of our inhabitants, our citizens. For that active engagement to take place, we need adequate policies recognized by citizens. How do they recognize such approaches? Well, through specific projects that improve the quality of citizens' lives. This is what citizens are interested in. If they do not see this, then there will be no support to such new policies, and this is a lesson for all of us decision makers. Of course, we also need appropriate capacity to implement such policies and projects. However, in order to even talk about green transition, we need a plan. And Europe has reached this plan in 2020. It's called the European Green Deal. It initiated in-depth transformation of the EU. That's true for the economic aspect, but also the social one. Now, as European elections are approaching, we see increasing questioning of Green Deal and the need to have it. There are populist approaches aiming to reach the hearts of European citizens, and such voices claim that the European Green Deal is an obstacle, a hindrance, an excessive burden for the economy, not bringing the results it's supposed to bring. There are debates as to whether this is a good or a poor quality document, whether it's needed or not. There are voices claiming that Green Deal actually decreases the competitiveness of European economy globally. But the Green Deal is actually the best alternative type of development we have designed. I personally am familiar of no similar approach. It's a development strategy. In fact, looking at balanced and sustainable economy as objective. This is a plan that is founded upon 3 pillars. So one is economic, the other one is social, and the third one, of course, is environmental. If each pillar is insufficiently represented, the entire structure becomes very unstable. That's why the European Green Deal is a plan for strong, prosperous, and competitive economy, creating new jobs. This is a plan where nobody should be left behind. It's the social component we're talking about. Nobody should be a loser in transition, whether we're talking about citizens, regions, or cities. Not all citizens have the opportunity to respond to health problems that climate change brings. So we need to help citizens to have appropriate health care at appropriate quality, or to have a possibility of upskilling in order to be part of the new job opportunities created by green transition. In addition, level of European regions development is not identical. So there is a difference between better and lower quality of development, or degree of it. So we need to balance the situation to maximum degree in order to avoid having losers. We need to preserve the environment to the benefit of our own and future generations. That's clear enough. The European Green Deal, and this is important, was never planned solely about fish, bees, trees, or environment as a whole. We are looking at finding an optimal balance between development of the economy, environmental protection, and social protection in order to mitigate climate change impact on all of our lives. So the European Green Deal is actually precisely that. It's a green deal, an umbrella kind of policy that brings together in a balanced fashion various important policies, from healthcare policy to agricultural, from cultural to economic and beyond. So the European Green Deal creates foundation for deep social and economic change. It hasn't yet reached the optimal level of development regionally or at city level, and cities and regions are not sufficiently involved. So my message here would be that cities need a new European Green Deal as a permanent framework of a green and sustainable transition, which is more resilient than mere election cycles. So this should not be a document linked to one single European Commission term or EP term. When it comes to development of national climate change, climate plans rather, cities must also be involved from the very beginning of the process rather than at the very end, once the goals are already defined. The third message I have is that the new Green Deal should be founded upon science rather than political populism. We are still unaware of full scope of climate change effects. In addition, we must ensure just a digital and green transition through the Green Deal, looking at and taking into account different levels of development of regions. Nobody must be a loser of green transition. In addition, we need a strong financial package as part of the next multi-annual financial framework, which will contain direct funding lines for cities and regions and a mechanism to mobilize private capital in order to fund projects of green transition. And my final message would be this: the new European Green Deal, as an umbrella kind of policy, must better bring together all policies and initiatives that function and are being developed under this deal. Because so far we have seen many contradictions, even conflicts, and this then renders practical in the field implementation more difficult at city and regional level. Dear citizens, distinguished guests, City of Zagreb is a leader of green transition in Croatia. This is the second greenest European cities, following Oslo, according to the European Agency for Environment. Our approach to managing green transition can clearly be seen in spatial plans, in the way we manage projects, and also in the City of Zagreb budget, because this is the only way to implement what we want. Decarbonization is one of our priorities. By 2030, decreasing GHG emissions by 55%. By 2050, we aim to ensure climate neutral status for our city. The second priority is to increase the share of renewable energy sources in total energy consumption. By 2030, we want to increase this share so that it's at 32% at the least. Thirdly, we want to increase energy efficiency. By 2030, we want to increase energy efficiency also by 32%, and we want to use the recovery of city following the unfortunate earthquake to also engage in energy restoration. We are also looking at developing green infrastructure as part of this process, digitalization of green infrastructure, as well as combating energy poverty. These objectives are fairly demanding, and we are truly dedicated to its implementation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our future is in our own hands. Let's look at our future. Let's define it through the new European Green Deal and through its implementation in our cities. Thank you all very much indeed.
Hvala lijepa gospodinu Klisoviću.
Thank you so much, Mr. Klisovic. And now I would like to invite the city mayor of the city of Zagreb, Mr. Tomislav Tomašević. I think Joshko said everything, so I can just wrap up here. Hello to you all. Dear visitors, representatives of the diplomatic corps, we are seeing each other 2 days in a row after European Day. So I want to thank you for coming here. We want to thank the city mayors from European cities, particularly colleagues from Warsaw and Budapest. Thank you so much for attending this conference. I would like to greet all the conference participants, all the representatives of institutions, state institutions, city institutions, all the citizens who applied for this conference. We are really happy to see you in such a large number because this topic is a very important one. As a green and progressive majority of our political options, meaning Možemo and SDP in the city government, in cooperation with City Assembly and with City Administration, we have decided to organize this conference here at the City Council of the City of Zagreb. Our President of the City Assembly has said a lot of things, but I would like to refer to European Green Deal and Green Transition, which is currently under attack. They are trying to dilute it or maybe even give up on it. There have been many discussions on that in the during European parliamentary elections, during the campaigns in all EU member states. This comes from the political options that want us to go backwards, because this is what we have committed to. And it's not just that we have committed to it, there is no alternative to it. If we want to at least mitigate climate measures, to at least give ourselves a chance. I'm not talking about biodiversity anymore. I'm talking about people, society, to give us a chance to adapt to climate change, because climate change is inevitability. Even if it would come with the greenhouse gas emissions down to zero today, still climate change is coming. What we have been discussing a lot, and we had this discussion in Paris last weekend with the European city mayors, is that European green transition is something that will depend on the political decision to see where it will actually continue in the future. So the transition of our societies to green or renewable energy sources can be such to yield greater social equality in our countries or greater social inequalities in our countries. Energy system is one of the key systems in any economy. Currently available technologies based on fossil fuels have yielded with huge concentrations of energy sources among only very few energy players, meaning that now with the green transition and renewable energy sources, the transition would allow us to have greater democratization of energy and therefore greater democratization of economy and more equal distribution of power within the society and greater equality. So I'm rejecting these interpretations which are trying to reduce European Green Deal as an environmental topic or something that's just an economical topic. No, this is a societal topic. This is a political topic. There is no green transition which is not socially just transition at the same time. There is no energy transition which at the same time doesn't contribute to strengthening social equalities. There is no green transition for us which would result with greater private ownership over renewable energy sources, regardless if it's by the citizens or public actors or local communities, because we are now having a great opportunity to have more democratic economies and more democratic societies. So this is something that we will continue to emphasize during this campaign for European elections, which all the green, progressive, or left political parties will place at the forefront of their political agendas, and I'm sure that the citizens and voters will recognize that. And now let us go back to the issue of cities. Cities are Well, actually, we are seeing a huge increase in the population numbers in the cities. So the future is in the cities. We cannot stop this trend. A few years ago, we have for the first time seen that majority of world population now lives in cities. If you look at European situation, cities are always places of freedom, of liberty, of diversity, of different people and when these different people meet, different ideas happen, different innovations happen. And that is why European cities will definitely be key. They will be key for green transition. Green transition from the perspective of greater efficiency and green innovations, but also they will be key for green, socially just transition that respects diversities among people, that cherishes tolerance, and hopefully these will not be the islands in the future perspective of the European Commission, but leaders of energy transition and socially just transition. Furthermore, we will discuss today on numerous topics, and I really hope that we will contribute to greater understanding of these topics on energy efficiency, circular economy, renewable energy sources, sustainable mobility, urban regeneration, climate resilience. So I'm really sure that we will have very differing viewpoints and perspectives, since we have people here from different backgrounds and professionals from different backgrounds, which is great because different backgrounds and different viewpoints can result in better understanding of the issue. As far as City of Zagreb is concerned, we really have a vision to be a green city, to be a city that is open, to be a progressive city. And maybe just briefly on some of the topics that are very important for the city of Zagreb. I would like to mention that after the earthquake in 2020, we in the city of Zagreb believe that this devastating earthquake that has really shaken up the very foundations of our city, the physical foundations, but also political foundations, societal foundations, that this earthquake has given us an opportunity not to return the city back to the original situation, but that we build it better, so that we build public buildings which are under the competence of the city administration, that would be more resilient to future earthquakes, but not just future earthquakes, but also to climate effects, buildings that can be more energy efficient, that have modern equipment. And this is what we are doing primarily in our schools, but also with our healthcare institutions and social care institutions, sports institutions and facilities. For some of these things, we can use Solidarity Fund, but some other things we are just financing from the city budget. When speaking about renewal and refurbishment of buildings, the city of Zagreb has 1,000 public buildings, meaning there is a huge potential for increase of energy efficiency of these public buildings. And now, when the general urban plan is changing, we are trying to include the guidelines for construction of public buildings as well as privately owned buildings related to energy standards. We are also now expanding pedestrian zones in the city center, such as Vlaška Street, Masalikova Street. Also, on the Planet Earth Day, we opened up the biggest pedestrian zone, and that is the Sport Recreation Center on Yadun, where we have forbidden the entrance to cars. We are now having parking places opening up for bikes. We opened up a big corridor, or the works on the big corridor for bikes, which should be 20 kilometers long in the future. We have also launched an initiative of 8,000 trees that we plant every year. Why 8,000 trees? So meaning that one tree every year per every 100 inhabitants of the city of Zagreb. And this is what we are going to continue with in this season as well. What's also very important for us is the improvement of public transport. Unfortunately, city of Zagreb is heading in a negative direction in terms of increase of number of cars per household. Unlike other European metropolis, which are reducing the number of cars per household, we are seeing an increase. So without in changing that trend, we will not be doing well. You know that what is the situation with public transport. For almost 25 years, we haven't seen a construction of a single one new meter of tracks in the city of Zagreb for the trams. So we are trying to handle that. We are trying to tackle that with the new trams that we have purchased abroad, and we are taking huge steps forward to improve public transport so that Zagreb would really become climate neutral city by 2030. We are really proud that Zagreb is the only city in Croatia that was selected by the European Commission with our great ambitions to be neutral by 2030. But that's very ambitious, and we are taking huge steps forward to achieve that ambition. We are putting up panels on public buildings. We have huge ambitions, actually, to address the capacities and improve the capacities. We also want the citizens and private sector to help them put solar panels on their buildings and houses so that we will see quicker energy transition in Zagreb. Through Zagreb Smart City, we are introducing new digital solutions such as smart management of traffic to reduce the carbon footprint of the city. I could talk about this for ages, but I believe there will be more room for that during discussion. So I would like to round up my introductory speech by saying that we firmly believe that European transition requires cooperation and dialogue between all stakeholders. We will, of course, not agree on all the topics, but I believe it is of utmost importance that the public, private sector, and all other stakeholders join in forces in order to achieve these changes, which are a necessity, for which we have no alternative. So I really want to thank everyone who contributed to organization of this conference. Once again, I would like to greet our dear international guests, and I want to thank everyone who came here to share their experiences. I wish us all a very successful conference, and I'm looking forward to our joint activities on further green transition of European cities. I would like to thank the city mayor, and now on behalf of the President of the Republic of Croatia, we are going to hear from President's envoy, Mr. Julija Domac, Director of the Regional Energy and Climate Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to greet you on behalf of the President of the Republic of Croatia, Mr. Zoran Milanovic. When President of the Republic a few years ago appointed for the very first time in Croatian history an advisor for energy and climate, and that was me actually, the reason for that was security, safety and security of citizens. And that is the topic of today's conference, because safety and security of citizens means climate resilience, resilience to extreme weather conditions, safe and affordable energy. That is why I'm so proud to be part of the team that delivers investments and projects to the city of Zagreb that contribute to this kind of safety and security of citizens more than ever before. This is a great moment in time in history for this conference, because we are now approaching European parliamentary elections, when I'm really hoping that in European Parliament we will finally see people who will be aware that Europe will never be free unless it's energetically independent. And that's one of the most important messages today. Another very important reason why I think it's great that we are here at the City Council of the City of Zagreb is that we are now meeting just before Croatian government is being formed. For the third or fourth time in the history of the Republic of Croatia, we have a coalition. And all the governments did this. These governments, coalition governments, always assign energy sector to the junior partner, to the minority share partner. That is so worrying. This is a sign that society and politics are not aware of the importance of the energy sector. Energy sector is crucial for safety and security of citizens, for climate, for development of economy, development of science, for enticing entrepreneurship, for this development that we are so eager to achieve within the European Green Deal, for which we know that at least 70% of it happens in European cities. So that is why I hope that during this conference today we will learn a lot. So it's so great that we are here today. And once again, I would like to wish us all a great and inspiring day, and I firmly believe we will have it. Thank you so much.
Gospodinu Domcu, a sada imamo I video poruku.
And now we are going to hear a video message from European Commission. Let us listen to Mada Šefčovič, European Commission Executive Vice President for European Green Deal, Interinstitutional Relations and Foresight.
Dear mayors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a pleasure to be part of this event, focusing on the key role cities have to play in the green transition. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you in Zagreb, but nonetheless, it offers an opportunity to engage on this important topic, to bring together local authorities and see how cities can benefit from an economically sound and socially fair green transition. Extreme weather events are having a very real impact on our citizens, our economies, and our way of life. Last May in Croatia, heavy rain caused rivers to overflow their banks, flooding roads, buildings and private houses. This repeated in August with massive flooding and landslides both in Croatia and Slovenia. In Slovenia, the damage amounted to around 16% of the GDP. And our cities, home to 75% of the EU's population, are increasingly exposed to the effects of climate change and biodiversity loss. Our response, the European Green Deal, is a comprehensive climate and environmental plan. But it is also our growth strategy, proving to the world that modernization and decarbonization can go hand in hand. Cities will be key in making the most of the opportunity offered by the green transition, for example, in harnessing the massive potential in the booming markets for clean technologies, and in ensuring the benefits of the societal change filtered down so that all Europeans can enjoy the energy-efficient homes, breathe good quality air, and use affordable clean transport to move around. The support of mayors and local authority leaders is crucial for retaining public support in this journey. You are ideally placed to engage with Europeans and European businesses when it comes to the green transition. We have also been boosting our engagement at EU level, including through the series of clean transition dialogues we have been holding with industry and social partners. One of these was dedicated to cities in recognition of the enormous potential impact of their action. One of the main takeaways was that there is an opportunity and a need for cities to join forces and work together with the business community. The green transition of cities will require an unprecedented supply of green technologies, renewable energy, and mobility infrastructure. And even more importantly, green skills opening the door for better high-value jobs. Cities can propel the green transition, and the EU is working hard to help them on this path. For example, our Net Zero Industry Act will reduce administrative burden and simplify permitting for net zero technologies and projects, including for local administrations. EU legislation also allows for public procurement to take non-price criteria such as sustainability into greater account. This is a powerful tool for transformation, as around 2 trillion euros of public funds is spent every year on public procurement. In addition, there are a number of EU initiatives specifically designed to support cities. The Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy is committed to acting on climate mitigation and adaptation, as well as energy poverty, and brings together over 10,000 urban areas. Among these are more than 120 Croatian cities, which have committed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by at least 40% by 2030. The Green City Accord commits mayors to taking further action in 5 key areas: air quality, water, nature and biodiversity, waste and circular economy, and noise. While the Smart Cities Marketplace and the EU Cities Facility provide knowledge, technical and capacity building support, as well as funding. These are just a few examples of how we can work together to further our green goals in all cities, including those with limited resources. Because every town, every city, big or small, needs to play a role if we are to progress in the green transition. So I want to finish by thanking you all for your cooperation and support and for sharing your expertise at today's event. Thank you.
I evo ga nakon poruke.
Well, following this message from the European Commission, let us have a look at a short movie dedicated to energy transition and climate change.
Živimo u vremenu brzih promjena i stalnih tinjajućih kriza od kojih mnoge stvari ne možemo imati pod kontrolom. Klimatska kriza nije jedna od njih. Klimatske promjene uzrokovane ljudskom djelatnošću, povećanjem emisija stakleničkih plinova utječu na globalnu klimu. Godina 2023. najtoplija je u povijesti i premašili smo Pariškim sporazumom zacrtanih 1,5 Celzijevih stupnjeva. Europa je kontinent koji se najbrže zagrijava, a dio Europe u kojem se nalazi Hrvatska, mediteranski bazen, za 20% brže od ostatka Europe. Ekstremne vrućine postaju češće, a oborinski režimi se mijenjaju. Ekstremni vremenski događaji poprimaju sve veće razmjere s katastrofalnim posljedicama. Nalazimo se u situaciji u kojoj bez prilagodbi na klimatske promjene i poduzimanja konkretnih akcija izravno ugrožavamo stotine tisuća ljudi koji će umirati od posljedica toplinskih valova. Štete od poplava već su sada iznimno velike, kao i štete od suša i ekstremnih vremenskih događaja. Šteta od suše u Republici Hrvatskoj 2022. iznosila je oko 334 milijuna eura, a šteta od poplave u Sloveniji u 2023. iznosila je 10% nacionalnog BDP-a. Klimatski rizici utječu na ekosustave, ljude i gospodarstvo. Moramo djelovati zajedno. Lokalne, regionalne, nacionalne vlasti, poslovni sektor, civilno društvo, građani, jer odgovornost je na svakome od nas. U srpnju prošle godine Zagreb je pogodila oluja, prouzročivši materijalnu štetu od 25,1 milijun eura. Prema klimatskim projekcijama za razdoblje 2041. do 2070. očekuje se porast srednje temperature zraka na godišnjoj razini od 1,5 do 1,6 Celzijevih stupnjeva. Broj toplih dana povećat će se za 10 do 11%, a tople noći za 13 do 14% u odnosu na razdoblje 1981. do 2010. Očekuje se i porast ekstremnih oborina, što može dovesti do urbanih poplava i aktivacije klizišta. Zaustavimo zagađenje i prilagodimo se. Mitigacija i adaptacija moraju ići zajedno. Naša budućnost ovisi o tome. Postanimo lideri u borbi protiv klimatske krize. Svatko od nas može biti promjena koju želimo vidjeti. Uključi se u promjene koje su započele i odredi njihov tempo.
Nadam se da je bilo inspirativno. Kao što smo
Well, this was an inspirational material. As promised last time, we have prepared a summary from citizen dialogue on green energy transition and climate change based on our day one of the event. So I kindly invite Mr. Joško Klisović, President of the City Assembly of the City of Zagreb, to read the conclusions.
Hvala lijepo.
Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned initially, this conference is prepared in two parts. 7 days ago we had the first day of our work, on 3rd of May, dialogue with citizens. 170 citizens replied to our call and applied to join us. This was a highly inspirational discussion, and the idea was to hear the opinions of citizens of Zagreb and to make sure that the new EP and European Commission know about this, because this is important in terms of future work of new legislative terms of the two institutions. In addition, the aim was to define new guidelines for city authorities coming from citizens in terms of green and sustainable transition, energy transition, climate change management, because elections per se are not sufficient in terms of letting people have their say. Frequently there are harsh words and debates, but citizens don't really have a say in this process. So this is precisely why we also wanted to organize this event. But we also wanted to support citizens thinking about what to do to increase the quality of life. We also wanted to increase understanding, making sure that citizens themselves are aware that their own personal behavior also impacts upon green transition. It's not the same, of course, if you heat your home at 25 or 26 degrees Celsius or 20 degrees Celsius, or in summertime, if you use air conditioning at 22 or 18 degrees Celsius. As you wash your teeth, do you close the tap or not? Or the issue of roof solar, permitting sale of surplus of energy back to the grid and the operator. This also can affect change. So we wanted to make sure that citizens are aware of these matters. And then there's the issue of green vegetation-covered surfaces, where green transition also plays a role. Seriousness of the situation is there. We want to raise awareness of that as well. Giving up on Green Deal-related policies in the city of Zagreb would have major cost. We also wanted to offer all relevant information on climate and energy policies of the city of Zagreb, but also on Green Deal. 170 citizens offered their points of view, and there was also an introductory panel where we saw participants of the European Commission, office in Zagreb, European Parliament, COR, Youth Council of the city of Zagreb, and NGOs and climate ambassadors. So these representatives were present too, and we will forward the conclusions to Zagreb authorities, but also to the EP and the European Commission. What do citizens feel? Well, citizens find it hard to understand political processes when it comes to reaching European policies and how this is translated into daily work and activities. The same goes for national policies. What do citizens want? They want a higher degree of presence of green transition in their lives through specific projects that impact upon the quality of their lives, their work environment, personal life environment. To a lesser degree, the view is that political decision-making design is something that also should be taken into account, but citizens find it hard to understand the actual process and its intricacies. Citizens also require continuous dialogue on green transition and related policies. They understand very precisely that green policies, green transition, are an umbrella kind of policy, and this then includes healthcare policy, environmental policy, economic, and many other policies, and there needs to be a balance between these. One other important message of our citizens is that health of citizens should be in the very focus of climate and energy policies. This is true for the EU, but also government of Croatia level, but also for city of Zagreb level. So health of citizens, not a single policy project or something connected with green transition will not be perceived positively by citizens if this is harmful to health. So health should be at the very center of climate and energy policies. When looking at areas, the citizens have the following views. In the area of renewable energy sources and energy efficiency, citizens need a high degree of dedication of stakeholders, including the city of Zagreb, in terms of increasing renewables share in the energy mix so that we accelerate switch from fossil fuel-based sources to alternative sources. We are using energy increasingly in public transport, clean energy, renewable energy sources, and citizens see that. But they also want to see better usage of geothermal and solar potential of the city. So in other words, citizens would like to see high degree of investment in certain types of energy sources. Citizens also recognize the importance of energy efficiency, especially as regards energy reconstruction, because this contributes to energy savings and decrease of energy poverty, as well as decrease of bills that must be paid for energy. Particularly importantly, citizens want incentives and effective legal framework in order to develop energy communities. In other words, citizens want to be prosumers rather than merely consumers. They also want to produce rather than merely use and consume energy. So process should be simplified in this regard in terms of installation of solar panels on multi-apartment buildings and their roofs, because the current legislative setup and framework is not where it should be. So this is a message we'll send to the Croatian government. Citizens want to produce energy, not just consume it. This has the potential to reduce or totally eliminate their bills and energy costs, because they can sell the surplus to the grid and the operator. Citizens also perceive the importance of use of existing capacities in terms of infrastructure for mobility, including cycling infrastructure, and switch to renewables in general terms. At the same time, citizens are concerned due to insufficient or diverse degree of development of cycling infrastructure, especially when it comes to suburbs. So level varies. Citizens also have an interest in terms of increasing links of different modalities of public transport, so trains, trams, buses, etc. All this should be interlinked. More energy vehicles in public transport is also something citizens would like to see, and more use of biofuels. In terms of green infrastructure, citizens are concerned due to potential decrease of urban green infrastructure. They would like to see stronger commitment of local government of City of Zagreb in terms of protecting existing and expanding new green infrastructure in urban planning processes. So in other words, we have spatial plans of the city, and this is the only thing that citizens believe would be implemented, and the rest they perceive as mere words until something is specifically done on this. So these are the views of citizens of our city, and a nice introduction, I would say, to our future discussions today. Thank you. Thank you. Following these conclusions, it's time for our first panel, where we will tackle urban strategies for climate resilience and renewable energy integration. I would kindly invite our panelists to take the floor. Mr. Tomislav Tomašević, Mayor of the city of Zagreb, Mr. Rafał Trzaskowski, Mayor of the city of Warsaw, Annalisa Boni, Deputy Mayor of Bologna, will participate online. We hope to see this materialize shortly. We also have Deputy Mayor of Budapest, and finally our moderator will be Ivona Malbasic, Principal Consultant of Climate Pact Secretariat, Coris, and so team leader of Climate Pact Secretariat. Our moderator is here too. The floor is yours. Thank you all very much indeed. I would like to greet you all kindly on behalf of the European Climate Pact. I would like to greet all panelists. The character of this panel is international, so let me continue in English. And in the course of our work, we'll also have time for questions from the audience.
Now, for the sake of our distinguished guests and panelists, enough, I think, has been already said in the introductory words. We mentioned all the important initiatives, the Covenant of Mayors, important ambitious goals, etc. So in this first panel discussion, I would like to spend time to move into these concrete projects and examples that were mentioned in the introductions. Mayor of the whole city, Mayor Tomašević, you mentioned, you gave us a snapshot of what the city of Zagreb is doing. I suggest that we move now into more details in terms of climate strategies to really get and achieve ambitious goals. I think the challenge is quite big ahead of us. So let's first start with a short, a few examples, if you will, from your respective cities about concrete projects and actions that you are taking in the next couple of years. So I suggest that we start with the mayor of the whole city. So Mayor Tomašević, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. So related to the climate adaptation, in terms of Zagreb, it was already mentioned in the introductory speech that last year was really special in terms of extreme events that we had. When we look at of course, all the records in temperatures were broken yet again, not only in Croatia, not only in Zagreb, but globally. And this is a continuous trend. But in terms of the thunderstorm that we had in July, this also broke all the records because we had the strongest wind speeds ever recorded in the city of Zagreb, which created a lot of damage, which was already seen in the video. And that was in July. We had 2 very strong thunderstorms. And then in August, we had the situation where in August, actually, which is not so common, in the middle of the summer, we faced a big threat of flood in the city of Zagreb because the floods that were taking place in Slovenia, since most of the water actually in Slovenia, most of the catchment of the water goes to Sava River and some tributaries of the Sava River, actually this flood wave was coming to Zagreb. And in that sense, we had to use, for the 6th time in our history, since last 60, 70 years, when we built the channel channel Odra, which is taking a part of the water from the river of Sava, we had to activate it. We only activated it 6 times since it was built, and we were watching how the surface of the river was rising to the flood protection system, which is only basically half meter below that level. This also showed us one thing. I mean, for example, that because we had to activate this channel, the citizens of Brezovica, one neighborhood, one actually city district, were quite cut off from being connected with the city, because the transport route that they are using, which goes through the channel, could not be used. So they had to make a huge detour and go on the highway, which in combination with touristic season made their life very difficult. So they were in a way cut off from the rest of the city. So this is why we are actually building a bridge over this channel, because we expect, unfortunately, to activate this channel in the future with these extreme events, and we want then the citizens of Brezovica city district not to be cut off anymore from the city. In terms of, so we are also in cooperation with Hrvatske vode. We look at how we can improve our flood protection system from the river of Sava. Because, as I said, I mean, unfortunately, we can expect these kind of events to happen in future. Also, in terms of green surfaces protection, which was mentioned by President of the City Assembly, which was mentioned by the citizens, we are actually changing the master plan of the city, General Urbanistički plan, and for the first time, and let me know, I mean, I'm covering city policies for a long time before as a city councillor. Usually, when master plan changes come in this hall, usually you have the situation where zones in zoning plan, which are dedicated for green surfaces, in amendments, hundreds of amendments, become construction sites. So they either get mixed-use zoning, or they get housing zoning, or they get commercial zoning. But pretty much every master plan is getting us to less green surfaces. Especially, and this is especially a problem in the area near Sljeme, meaning in the more hilly area of the city, where we have green surfaces, so-called protected green areas, which are not protected by us, by the city authority in order for biodiversity. These are actually green areas which are protecting the city. They are protecting the city from the floods coming from the mountain of Medvednica. They are protecting the city from the landslides that we see a lot in this part of the city. They are also important for ventilation of the air coming from the mountain of Medvednica. So they are there for a reason. So this is for the first time, actually. We will have it soon public debate, and we expect the master plan to be adopted in this hall in the end of the year. For the first time ever, I think, we will have the reverse trend. So for the first time, we will actually change the zoning of already construction zones, already zones for housing or commercial zones, into green zones. This will definitely not be easy. It will come with a fierce, I would say, opposition, but this is, we believe, the way to do it. In terms of trees, I already mentioned this 8,000 trees project that will continue every year, which is very important. I mean, because during the thunderstorm, we had, unfortunately, 2 people died, so 1 person more than during the earthquake in 2020. So 1 person more died in the thunderstorm in July last year. And then there was a situation where some of the people said, oh, we need less trees because they were hit by trees. But actually, I mean, when you look at the numbers in the European cities, the people who get affected by the heat waves, there are hundreds of more deaths than people, unfortunately, being hit by trees during thunderstorms. So we need more trees in the city. Of course, we need also good maintenance of these trees in order to prevent us or to defend us from these heat waves that we can expect in the summer. Also, we are improving a lot in terms of capacity of first response units, meaning firefighters, especially, who are crucial in these kind of extreme events. So we are increasing the number of firefighters. We are increasing their equipment, some specialized equipment which is needed in this kind of situation, because we had 2,000 trees being basically destroyed and put on the street in only this half an hour of the thunderstorm, which basically is paralyzing the city in terms of the public transport network, in terms of first response units, the emergency units, etc. So we need bigger capacity in order to clear this very quickly, because this can be important for saving lives. Also, we are improving the ambulance units in terms of their vehicles and also their system of receiving the calls from the citizens when they need emergency in this kind of events. We are also improving the sewage system in terms of the rainwater, where we will invest 40 million euros in improving the rainwater system to be basically detached from the fecal waters in terms of being able to better take these extreme quantities of rainwater during this kind of extreme weather events. And as I said, green areas are important not only for the microclimate during the heat waves, they are also important because of the as catchment areas for these huge amounts of rainwater. Because if we have more asphalt in the city, then we have bigger pressure on our sewage system, and that means more urban floods during these kind of events. And also at the end, I would just say in terms of social policies, because I always want to remind ourselves that the resilience is not only about physical resilience of the city in climate change, it's also about social resilience of the city in terms of climate change. And we are improving our social policies in energy poverty, but also in terms of helping citizens to cope with damage which happen from this kind of events, because city spent I think 6 or 7 million of euros helping to citizens that had any kind of damage on their cars, on their houses, on their multi-apartment buildings, and we need to also take that in account in the future, that we need to have this fund for this kind of situation to help citizens in need. And in terms of various social affairs where certain social vulnerable groups are affected by the climate change, I'm also happy and proud to say that all our social policies have got us a golden first award 2 weeks ago when the Zagreb was by European Commission in the fierce competition of more than 70 cities in Europe pronounced as European Capital of Inclusion and Diversity. So once again, we believe in this physical resilience, in this first respond units, but also we believe in social resilience of the city in the face of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you started with the adaptation. Just at the end of last month, the European Environmental Agency stressed the importance, of course, the immense challenge as well of adapting to climate change and to the effects that we already see, and of course mentioned the importance of the nature-based solution. So it's good to hear that city of Zagreb is planning to increase this, to use this measure even more in the future. Now, I would like to ask a similar question to you, Mayor Tarzakovsky. You're also the Climate Pact Ambassador, so if I may, a dual question for you. First, if you could tell us a bit more about what your city is planning to do in terms of concrete projects, but also if you have a message for our other Climate Pact ambassadors in terms of your own personal engagement and activities. Thank you.
Dobar dan, puno vam hvala što se
Thank you so much for inviting me to Zagreb conference. Thank you, Joško. We have been working together in the European Committee of Region. Unfortunately, I'm not too good in Croatian, so I will have to switch to English.
A bit more general, guys. When I was in national politics for quite a lot of time, basically European politics. I was a member of the European Parliament. I was a Minister of European Affairs, a Minister of Digital Economy and Administration, and so on and so forth. And then I decided to move into local politics. Normally, people do it, the other way around. And everyone was saying, this is fantastic. You will be building and expanding one of the greatest cities in Europe, which is Warsaw. You will focus on concrete action and so on and so forth, which is true. Because, I can tell you that it's much more exciting than doing national politics or doing European politics. But I was not ready for the multiple crises that befell Warsaw. And the important thing is that I discovered that it is the cities that are actually now made responsible for dealing with most of those crises. First, of course, the pandemic. And by the way, we had a very difficult government. Fortunately, we won the elections, but we had a very difficult conservative populist government which was fighting with local government all the time. But we had a pandemic, and cities are not responsible for dealing with pandemics, right? 80% of what was happening in Warsaw was pushed in our direction, and we were basically responsible for most of it, okay? They were just giving us orders. I run 10 hospitals. So on day one, they said, prepare one hospital for COVID hospital, right? Then 2 days later, they say, no, you need to prepare every hospital. Every hospital needs to have a ward, COVID ward, and they gave us 2 days to do it. Then the war erupted on our eastern border. And of course, again, cities are not responsible for migration policy. Cities are not responsible for dealing with refugees. Yet, again, it was us who had to deal with refugees and with migration crisis. And by the way, if you remember 2015, when Europe was overrun, Croatia as well for a while, with refugees, everyone was panicking. 200,000 people were coming to Europe at a peak, 200,000 people a month at a peak. We had 300,000 people in Warsaw in three weeks. And we were left from Ukraine, and we were left to deal with that on our own. Why am I telling you that? Because it turns out that it's exactly the same case with climate change. That everyone thinks this is like, European stuff, European solutions, national governments, and so on and so forth, and we are later on only responsible for implementing these measures. Well, not true. Because if we really want to deal with the climate change, then we have to empower the regions, we have to empower the cities, because at the end of the day, we are responsible for dealing with the consequences, and really know how to do it. That's why with Joszko and with all of our friends, with Kata, with all of our friends in the Committee of the Regions, we are fighting to get some direct financing for the cities. Especially as the mayor has said, and as Joszko has said, cities are often much more ambitious than national governments in pushing for change, because as in here, 170 citizens were pushing they didn't have to push that much because you're ambitious, to actually do as much as possible on climate change. That's happening everywhere in Budapest and Warsaw and all the cities. People are pushing us to be more ambitious. So that's why it turns out that this is not just lip service, this is not just us telling you about examples, which I will do in a second, but that we are actually driving the debate and also becoming a driving force for change, which is incredibly important. And last thing I want to say in this very long introduction, but I think that I wanted to set the scene, I spent 10 years in the European Parliament working as a fonctionnaire and then working as a member of the European Parliament. I spent 5 times on the Constitutional Committee of the European Parliament, so I know the jargon of the European Union. I'm the expert, I was an expert. I wrote my PhD on decision making in the EU. No one understands it. Like all the strategies, the Green Deal, and so on, instruments, blah, blah, mitigation, adaptation. Come on. That's why the cities are important, because we're talking about concrete steps. We're talking about things that people can understand, about planting trees, about making our cities resilient. We are explaining what we need to do in order to make our cities more resilient and much more modern. And we are looking for synergies, and this is a very important thing, especially when it comes to talking to the people. This is not just about climate change. If we want to be innovative, if we want to be modern, if we want to have clean air, if we want to have additional jobs, we need to do that. And also when we want to fight poverty. One of the things that we've done, there were a lot of coal-powered stoves in Warsaw. So I've eliminated 90% of them in the city properties, and 80% private coal stoves were eliminated because we started handing out subsidies. So people changed their coal-powered stoves into heat pumps and into modern solutions. But at the same time, we were connecting a lot of apartments to central heating. And I always give this example, but there were 18 districts of Warsaw. One of them is the most difficult because it was the most run down during the communist times and so on and so forth. The educational scores were a bit lower there, and everyone thought, yeah, because this is like a difficult neighborhood. It turned out that it was also because kids were cold in winter. When we started connecting apartments to the central heating, it turned out that it also actually changed the educational scores in some of the houses. It also lifts people out of poverty. And we know it best. And that's why I'm always saying that, we are ambassadors not just to feel good, but we are ambassadors because we know how to talk about it in concrete terms, and also trying not to use the jargon too much, but to translate into concrete action. So eliminating coal stoves, it's of course about the quality of air. It's of course about climate change, but it's also about many other things, like lifting people out of poverty and allowing them to pay different bills, much lower bills for heating, which is absolutely crucial. Now, of course, there are hundreds of other things that we are doing in Warsaw, and I would just tell you that there are some things, and I could of course tell you adaptation, mitigation, and so on. I will tell you, I will try to divide them differently. Those things which are not controversial and those which are controversial. Why? Because if we are changing the fleet of our buses, and if we are investing in public transportation, I mean, this is my love. I love trams, I love metro, and we all love it. Incredibly costly, but we had like the biggest tenders for electric buses in Europe. City number 1, London, city number 2, Warsaw. We invested an incredible amount of money in order, like 50% of our fleet is zero emission, of course, counting metro and counting trams. That's where we invest, but we've bought 150 electric buses. By the way, that's the thing that the European Union should do. Instead of talking about targets, and percentages and so on and so forth, give money directly to the cities and take all the diesel-powered buses from the streets of European cities in 5 years. People would see, people would appreciate, people would say, well, that's the European Union which is working. Not like a cap on a bottle and then you cannot drink the water out of the bottle. I mean, it's a fantastic idea, but then it turns people against the European Union. I mean, it might be a wonderful idea, but why do you do that? Eliminate the diesel-powered buses from the streets of European cities, give us money, and people will love the European Union and they will say, yeah, it's working. That's why we should talk about results, and that's why mayors are best addressing these things. Of course, we retrofit buildings. By the way, that's going to be a huge thing. And the thing that you had an earthquake, and we were all bemoaning the fact, but it allowed you to invest money in retrofitting in buildings like this, because I know how it looked like before, just after the earthquake. But it's incredibly costly. It turns out that we need to put 3%, we need to retrofit 3% of the buildings in our cities every year. It costs billions. So this is another thing about money. We, of course, plant trees. 800,000 trees have been planted in Warsaw, and I could go on and on and on, but I know that my time is limited, so now I go to the last thing. The biggest problem, guys, is those things which are controversial. Because planting trees, buying buses, retrofitting buildings, taking away the coal-powered stoves, that's not controversial. But if we really need to move forwards, we need to think about a modern city. So, for example, I'm now introducing a clean transportation zone, which means that the oldest diesel-powered cars, which produce so much noxious gases, will be forbidden from the city center in 4 years. I wanted to do it quicker, but my councillors decided to give more time to the people. I'm being attacked. I'm from the EPP. I'm being attacked as the most leftist, crazy mayor of Warsaw by the crazy populists. And they use exactly the same tricks as they use in the US and everywhere else. The important thing is that we need to prepare ourselves for that, because this is controversial. Because you need to tell the people, okay, in 4 years' time, the city center will be closed for some of those guys, and that's where we need intervention. That's where the European Union and the national governments, instead of sort of distancing from ourselves and saying, oh, these guys, those leftist mayors, they don't understand, they should provide for money so that people can change their cars, and not to the new ones, You 20-year-old diesel, you can substitute it with a 15-year-old diesel, 12-year-old diesel, 10-year-old diesel, which does not produce so much noxious fumes. And if you pay just a bit, allow people, help people with a subsidy so that they can, at least, I don't know, 30% of that cost is covered, then you can carry people along. And that's why we need to collaborate, guys. Because at the end of the day, we are all doing it, and we do not have to discover the wheel, but we can simply look at what our friends are doing, what kind of arguments do they use. We can use their examples and show clean air in London, for example, how many lives spared, how much the city is different, how many new jobs were imported into the city, and so on and so forth. And that's why we are here, not just to talk, and to have fun in Croatia. You have the Mediterranean climate coming into Zagreb. I know it's a bad thing, but I mean, coming from Poland, I enjoy the sun. But to actually exchange the information. Puno vam hvala, and sorry that I spoke for so long.
Thank you very much indeed. Apologies for having taken so long.
Yeah, thanks a lot for your introduction. Very inspiring words. I think there were a lot of messages here also for the next edition of the Commission, and I think you are portraying quite strong voices from the cities and from the regions here, which is good to hear. I don't want to forget to neglect our online deputy mayor from Bologna. So I will turn now to you, Deputy Mayor Boni. If you could tell us a few words about the city Bologna. How are you dealing with all the challenges and with these kind of difficult conversations that you need to have with your citizens? So please, the floor is yours.
Sure. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm really sorry that I can't be there with my friends that I all know, and I thank anyway that you accept.
We cannot hear you. We lost you.
To contribute. I mean, again, as Rafa said, I could talk forever about what we're doing in terms of adaptation. We were the first city in Italy to have an adaptation plan. We are now working on, together with adaptation. It's important to connect it very strongly with mitigation and the climate city contract with the mission on climate neutrality to 2030 is absolutely helping us to go in that direction. So we could talk forever, but I think that these things that we do in Bologna are very similar to the things that are being done across the other cities in Europe. Okay, some have been touched by extreme events. Today, it's exactly 1 year from the flooding we had last year, where lots of people lost their lives, but also their lives in the sense of money, houses, cars, economic activities, and so on. So it's interesting that we're talking about adaptation just today. So we're doing things around that, like any other city is doing. Making the city greener, planting trees, making the city, function as a sponge, looking at mapping the city in terms of fragility, climate areas, building parks, putting more fountains, building refuge, climate refuge, making sure that our planning instruments do reflect climate neutrality and adaptation in a strong way, so that whatever you build, whoever comes to Bologna and says, I want to build this or restructure this, they're obliged to respect some criteria like green rooftops, white surfaces, unseal the areas where you build on or that you regenerate, and so on. We also do the social resilience side, of course, that the mayor of Zagreb mentioned before, in terms of helping old people. We call them, all of them, one by one when there are heat waves, and so on. So we could talk forever about what we do, but I think that it's similar to everyone else. What it's interesting to put on the table, of course, is what Rafa said. It's really about how do we turn all the barriers that we face into triggers and into opportunities, and that we can't do alone. It needs to be done from the European level to the local level. I mean, one big barrier is the sort of legislation, policy, normative framework. This is a mess. I don't know about you, but when you look at all the directives, the regulations, the packages that we have in terms of the Green Deal, when it comes down to the local level, it's not only the financing, it's also the legislation. It is transformed. I mean, it is transformed in a negative way. In a way, it's not an enabling framework for us to become climate neutral or to adapt to climate change. So you have to fight, you have to, all the time fight with your region, with your national state to make sure that the frameworks that come from the European level, which, written by somebody in a room, they made sense, but when they come down to the ground, it's not working anymore. So the multi-level governance element needs to be really changed and made functional again. I hope that the new institutional framework that will come after the June elections will reflect this element very seriously, because it's a huge barrier. And then, of course, the financing, as it was mentioned, it's not direct to us. Okay, or if it comes not in a way that that enables us to actually do the things that are needed to be done. There's a lot of structural funds, for instance, and that's fine. But the recovery fund, if you think it's at least for Italy, which is the country that has received or is receiving the biggest chunk of that, fund after COVID, it's, the local level is really like receiving a bit, but you have to compete. There is a mess in terms of what a ministry tells you compared to another ministry. Again, it's a governance at the national level that doesn't, again, enable cities to actually do things. And it's mainly infrastructure that doesn't then allow to get the services. You build kindergartens, but then you don't have the people that can run it and that can, deal with kids that will go in there. So that's also another issue that we need to work on. And the last point is really the power. Again, what Rafa said, it's absolutely sacred, because if you don't have the power, if you don't have, very often we say, or we are given competences without the money. And for instance, again, in the recovery funds, we've given, as Bologna, we are one of the, highest rate of beneficiaries in terms of recovery funds, but we have no technical assistance. We have no administrative capacity. We are cutting, public investments in the sense of making them possible on the ground. The local level is totally, there's austerity from the national level. There are no means, no resources in terms of human capacity, in terms of administrative capacity, and therefore, what can you expect from authorities that basically are becoming weaker and weaker because of not being considered powerful enough? But at the end of the day, the problem is that citizens always look at your mayor. Are your deputy mayors? Are your mayors? It's raining. Okay, it's the fault of the mayor. It's always that. So how do you do things with citizens? And the best, I think, in this respect, is really to engage with them. We have had a very good experience in terms of citizens' assembly on climate, where we spent a lot of time in terms of defining the methodology to select people randomly, but really with like AI algorithms and stuff. So it was a really nice, very diverse group that deliberated for 5 months, got informed, trained, they independently, they made basically their own opinions about climate and what and who should do things, including themselves. And they proposed a lot of sensible things, which should be sent to the European Union, because this is what citizens basically request. And that has managed to basically create a sort of, empowered movement around, the needs that a city has in terms of fighting climate change. But otherwise, as cities, we are like sandwiched. We are sandwiched between citizens that are attacking us because we lower the speed limit in the city, also to help people to leave the car at home and try to use more public transport, or the people that complain because, you know, we are too environmentalists. And on the other side, you have the people that complain because we don't do enough in terms of environmental things, and that say we should dare more, or you're cutting six trees because you have to build a zero energy building, which means cutting a little bit of a little, how do you say, bosco, you know, a little wood with you know, six important trees, which are for sure sacred, but you know, sometimes you have to find a balance. So it's like finding always a balance between all these kinds of pressures that we go through, the pressure from climate events, the pressure from, you know, citizens on one side and on the others, pressures from not being able to manage the money that is given to us without the competence or without the, you know, administrative capacity. And, you know, all that we need to put on the table of the EU. The EU has to understand that, and we need leadership in the European Commission in this respect, with, you know, a view that is coordinated among all the DGs that churn out legislation, policy that affect cities, but then they don't, you know, always talk to each other, and they don't connect in terms of what do they need, how can they solve their problems in a coordinated way. So much more vision, much more leadership to the EU. And the problem, I would say, the elephant in the room, I would say, is the national level, always. But then I don't want to speak about the Italian case, but in general, it's really there that the sort of, you know, blockage comes, because there is not very often there is a sort of understanding of what cities need, of what cities would need to basically face and tackle the challenges that are global, but concentrate at the local level and manifest themselves at the local level, and when mayors are frontliners. So yeah, I just wanted to confirm all the things that have been said. Thank you for inviting me. Unfortunately, we have a huge event here that starts at 11, so I will have to leave you. But yeah, I'm here till then, and I'm happy to contribute. And thank you again for having me online.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. Please, if you can, stay with us for another half hour. Yes, we are aware that you have to leave, so really appreciate that you found the time to join us in your busy agenda. And then let me turn to the Deputy Mayor of Budapest. Also, if you could share with us a few activities that your city is doing when it comes to climate resilience. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. It's always good to be together. I really think of you colleagues as sort of support group. I'm Deputy Mayor of Budapest, and I'm responsible for most of the stuff we're talking about: waste, water, energy, climate change, district heating, transport, and I'm in City Council for 22 years. I love this. So this is what I like to do. I like to get things done. But it's really good for me to have this European perspective, because you always have to know where you want to go. And this is where I start, because I have a lot of debates on this, especially on the European level, because we have all these goals, a lot of goals, ambitious goals. We know where we want to get. But I think it's not that it's the same path for everyone. This is why our level is important. Every city has to cut its own path. Maybe sometimes it's the same, but then there are junctions, because everybody starts from a different standpoint, different strength. The community has different speed, and you need innovation. Because, okay, what we see, we have all these goals to have limit less CO2, to have more renewable, to use less energy, to adapt to everything that is changing, conserve biodiversity, and we have the Sustainable Development Goals. Okay. And if you take it seriously, it's a mission impossible. It seems a mission impossible. What is the first bottleneck we talk about? Everybody talks about it, it's money. Okay. Which means that you want to do 100 things, you have to do, you're told you have to do 100 things, but you have to choose 15. And that's the hard part. You have to choose sometimes between adaptation and mitigation when it comes to water issues. You have to choose between, okay, let's put more money on emitting less CO2, or we should be building a new dam on the river. But you cannot do both. Or you have to find the proportion. But if you have all the money, what is the next bottleneck? And just to have a debate on, it seems a non-controversial thing to buy electric buses, but it is a controversial thing. Budapest is a city of trams, we have metros, so big part of the public transport is clean. But I have 1,000 diesel buses. Even with the 1,000 bus, I don't have enough drivers. If I want to change my fleet to electric bus,
You need 2 more.
it's at least, for replacing one diesel bus, I need to buy 1.5 or 2 electric buses. I don't have the space. I don't have the drivers. And if you buy electric bus, I buy, the price go like somewhere over there. So it's not that give everybody a lot of money to buy electric bus, because I will try to get drivers from you. You will try to get drivers from me. Okay. Renovation. We have all these goals, of course. We want to change the fleet to electric bus, but I always tell the European Investment Bank, why don't you finance me Euro 6 diesel bus? Because I want to change the Euro 2s and Euro 1s. And if I compare the emissions, if I compare it as a whole, like buying 2 buses instead of 1, it's insane. I have these debates, I'm not winning these debates, but when you have no money, what do? You think a lot. And I think that's very important. And then you get creative. So you try to use what you have. We usually don't have enough money, so yeah, we're thinking a lot, we're reusing. We have a lot of trams, they're getting very old. But all the incentives go to buying new trams. But even if I had the money, there is no capacity in the factories for me to buy these new trams. If I start today, they tell me that they can deliver in 10 years. And for a price I couldn't pay anyway. But I have the capacity, I still have the mechanics to repair and refurbish my own trams. So this is the way I try to go. It's not easy to get financing for that, which is crazy. We talk a lot about reuse, recycle, but there's no financing for me to renovate my trams so their lifespan can go beyond 60 years. Trees. I'm really for smart solutions. So what we did is, we have this Google car sort of thing that collects data from the city to identify the roads and all the stuff. But also, this can identify the trees. And we have a software now. It's a pilot project. It's a software, which makes it an AI, which makes it possible to identify the tree species from that picture. Not just the tree species, but it can calculate how big the crown of the tree, with some data from the satellite, from the color of the leaves. It can identify if it's healthy or not. This is very important, because you have in a city, you have hundreds of thousands of trees. And from a lot of data from the species, you can calculate. And it's really important for us. But you can also do simulations. And you can do simulations for strong wind. So that tree, that crown, that place, wind of 100 kilometers, 120, okay. Because we see extreme weather events. We didn't run this simulation yet because it's not finished, the project. But okay, what if it shows that I will have to cut out 10,000 trees? What will I do? Because maybe there will be a very strong wind in the future. Maybe not, maybe yes. What am I doing? Will I cut those trees out or will I not? We do this, it's sort of an innovative thing. We give value to the trees because trees in cities are competing with a lot of else. Competing with concrete, with pipelines, with water, with sewage, with district heating pipelines, and trees are not happy in the city, so usually they're the first to fall. So how we try to help them in this competition, we give value to the trees. The value is not the value of how much does it cost to buy a tree and plant it, but it depends on the location. Where is it? So how much shade does it provide? How much vapor it evaporates? How much CO2 it binds? How much dust it binds? And with these numbers, at least it will be like a bigger value for the tree, so it can compete with the pipelines. But when it comes to water, we always tell people to save water. What is the biggest enemy of the sewage system? It's less water. Every time I use less water, my sewage company cries because it's killing my sewage system. So it's, you know, we also did the thing with, we transformed 200 hectares of within city field, which was originally a purpose to build in, and we made it nature conserved place. So it will be conserved forever for nature. It's really hard to put rationality behind it, but we believe in this. It costs a lot. But we did it, we believe in it. And you think that it is not a controversial thing, normally. People would love nature. But people love the concept of green, but not the reality. I had big battles now because we did the biodiversity conservation, which meant that frogs came back to the river. And people did a petition to kill the frogs because they're very, very loud. We have these big nature protective areas. What does it mean? It means that you cannot use the normal ways of killing mosquitoes, because the normal ways we kill mosquitoes kills everything else. So we don't do that, which means there are a lot of mosquitoes in these places. And this always causes a lot of contradiction. But okay, we push through, we do the same stuff, but because we talk about, we know we have to change. The built infrastructure is very hard to change, and most of us don't like change. So it's like a work-life balance stuff, which is a mission impossible. You always try, you always struggle. But this is why I really believe that you should give mayors more power, because they feel the rhythm of the people they want to lead. And they have to know when to give more speed and when to slow down, and what different ways you can get to that same peak, the same mountain you want to climb. Sorry, I'll stop here.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. So it's good to hear that lack of money is not always bad. It leads to some creative thinking and creative solutions. You all mentioned already the importance of engaging with citizens. The first part of this conference was devoted to that, actually, to listen to citizens, to what they want. So I would like to spend a bit of time on that, actually, how we engage with citizens and other stakeholders that are interested, of course. And how do you find this balance between being kind of squeezed for, being more ambitious, but also to provide some very, very concrete and tangible solutions? I would like to start with Deputy Mayor Boni, because she has to leave us soon. So just to make sure that you still have time to share your thoughts with us, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Well, it's not, there's no real solution. I think it's an ongoing, it's part of, democracy, both representative and participatory. So, it's not, there's no one off the shelf solution. So I agree with Katja that you really have to follow the sort of rhythm and DNA of the city. But for instance, Bologna is a city where the sort of civic imagination, participation has always been very high. There's a tradition in that. So that's positive. And we, in a way, we have been able to build also on that type of DNA in terms of, as I said, in a way, structuring this sort of participation also around instrument that can also be useful for them, for the citizens, in terms of making proposals and having an impact on the policy making, because otherwise it's not interesting even for people to participate in things if then there is no impact on what the sort of policy making is deciding. And so the assembly has been extremely interesting for one reason. It has been, probably 2/3 of the time that devoted to this instrument to take place was really on creating the base, the knowledge base for the people who participated. And that is what very often we miss. First of all, we don't have public opinion. I mean, if you look, I don't know in other cities, but in Bologna, the media are incredibly ignorant. I mean, even in Italy, I would say, when Giorgia Meloni made her first address, the first, January address, the beginning of the year, she made a whole speech. There wasn't the word climate in there at all. But okay, that fair enough for the government. But there was no journalist who asked her, why didn't you mention anything about climate? So this doesn't help. This doesn't help citizens to form opinions that are informed. It's always gut, it's always emotional. It's always of that type. So, which is fine, but there is, you realize that then you miss real participation in this respect, because even social media doesn't have. Social media is like just it can help to share things that you do in a more fast way, in a more wide way, spreading the information to a wider public and stuff. But at the same time, it becomes also a vomiting place where people just put their frustrations and they influence other people who may be positive and stuff like that. So it's not easy to get people informed and get people to help people make their own opinions on facts, on data, on information that is correct and that is not fake news or that is not just influenced by the emotions of others. So that, for me, it's something that would be nice to really reinforce in a huge way. And in that respect, it's really about working very deeply, not superficially, with schools, we call them neighborhood houses, where people go basically. But it's really about giving them the opportunity to listen to all the positions, the pro, the cons, so that people become more competent. Basically, it's really about knowledge, and that's so difficult to achieve. So we need to find things in that respect. And something that I think that would be interesting to do at a European level is to do something in terms of cultural instruments, in the sense of, for instance, I'm a boomer. I grew up with the Happy Days, watching Happy Days and stuff, and the sort of stereotypes that you got in terms of society was like eating crap, eating meat, driving big cars, these kind of things. We should, not impose things on people, because now it's really, they live it like that. Why is the mayor telling me that I have to change my heat pump or my, heat, the coal or gas heating thing? Why are you telling me that? Or why are you telling me that I have to drive less fast? This is, we have to find ways to integrate a new way of living inside cultural means. So I think culture, sport, these kind of things that reach everyone, that reach any sort of person, whatever their age, gender, place where they live, economic background and stuff. These are powerful instruments to really pass on this sort of knowledge, which today is lacking because it's so much influenced by. So we need to think of maybe not Netflix, but series that, are made on or with people that go on a bicycle, take the public transport or things like that. I'm joking now, but you see what I mean? So we have to find these means, the cultural means that can change also ways in which, we lead our lives. And, because we, as cities, we can put in place this, I think these assemblies, if we could do more and more and more, they are absolutely powerful, as long as you really give the time to building the knowledge, because otherwise, if it's just a sort of citizens panels about biodiversity in general, it won't work. I mean, it will work maybe a bit, but it won't have the lasting impact you want to have. So more resources on these kind of instruments. We have the participatory budgeting that is helping us to fund projects that had as a criteria the climate neutrality and adaptation objectives, so people get into this frame of mind. We do plenty of participatory things in this respect, but I think that it's much deeper than, just with our own action as municipalities. We are not communication agencies. We can help with schools, but we need a bigger sort of change in feeding, knowledge, in helping people to get knowledgeable about the challenges we are living. And if we don't, and they are complex, so it's about integrating this complexity, because our governments are simplifying these things and they are polarizing the discussion. They're saying, if we push for environmental transition, you will lose jobs. That's so easy, to attract votes from populists and things like that. So we need to be able to translate and make people accept the complexity of the challenges we are living, but by telling stories, by really making it not simple, but close to them. And real rather than simple, real in real life. So what does it mean changing your heat and blah, blah, blah. We have to find ways to convey this competence, this knowledge to, people, because till we won't have this sort of public opinion, then it will never be, possible to even push our governments to go in one direction. So anyway, I make it maybe too easy, but that's my latest reflection, because our local debates here are so polarized that, you can really feel the gap of the knowledge from, for instance, the media, the education system, the cultural hubs and things like that. We need to reinforce those.
Thank you very much. And in case you need to step out in the next few minutes, I would just like to use this occasion to thank you again for being a part of this panel, and wish you good luck with the important events that are ahead of you today.
Thank you very much, and a big hug to all my colleagues.
Now, you also introduced some really, I think, important concepts, such as how do we fight disinformation, how do we communicate about this, about all this, and actually bring citizens on board, right, to become part of this green transition and to become part of the activities that are so necessary for each city to implement. And I would just like to also build upon what Mayor Trzakowski, you mentioned in your introduction, this need to actually have these difficult conversations. So you succeeded in changing the heating system to a large extent in the city of Warsaw, and we know that Poland still has several coal regions and also is benefiting from the Just Transition Fund. So it's never an easy conversation. So perhaps you could tell us a little bit more about how to have these difficult conversations and what has been your approach when trying to convince citizens to embrace the change.
Yes, thank you. I mean, especially Kata gave me a lot of food for thought. And I think that at the end of the day, it's no coincidence that we are sitting here, mayors of Central European cities, because at the end of the day, my friends are much younger than I am, so I remember communism, but somehow we have it in our DNA. Why the Western Europe was so afraid of the Polish plumber, because he doesn't only exchange the broken part with a new one, but he can fix the problem and he can also do your electricity. So fortunately, we in Central Europe, we know how to deal with problems, and sometimes we have to be innovative. And it is true that it's not just a question of money. And it is also true that we have very different situations that we find ourselves in. So for example, Budapest, Warsaw's budget is almost 6 times bigger than Budapest's. And not because we are 6 times bigger, because our system is based on more devolution of power. And of course, the populist government wanted to change that, but they didn't succeed. But the expectations are exactly the same. And of course, also the European rules are exactly the same. Imagine that the recovery fund is working in Croatia, has been working in Croatia for the past 2.5 years. It was just unblocked in Poland because the rule of law procedures have been closed 2 days ago. It hasn't been unblocked in Hungary. Why am I telling you this? Because there's just completely different situations in all of our countries. Now, it is true that there is a certain conflict between being, of course, ambitious and then at the end of the day, doing it on the ground. What's more, people like to be very ambitious. Now I'm going to say something which is a bit controversial, but when it comes to changes in their immediate neighborhood, they're much more cautious. So, I mean, yeah, fantastic, let's plant trees, but maybe not in my backyard because I'm used to taking my dog out, for example, which of course also produces quite a lot of problems. Developers, they draw these beautiful pictures of greenlands and infrastructure and so on and so forth, and then they build a building and everyone is just looking around, no greenery, no infrastructure, and then of course people ask us, where's the infrastructure, where's the greenery, okay? And then it turns out that there is no greenery because the place next to it is also owned by the developer who wants to build houses there, and so on and so forth. And people are saying, oh, you should protect this. This is a fantastic place, it's wild and so on and so forth. And they write petitions, they say I'm a terrible guy that I just pretend to like the environment and so on and so forth. But it's private property. I don't have 200 million euros to buy it off from the people who own it. Because, how can I protect it? Even if I do zoning rights differently, then I have to pay them if I appropriate their property. And it is true that at the end of the day, it also touches upon public consultations, because we were supposed to talk about this. I mean, if we do public consultations, and we should by all means, and we are very, very open to that in Warsaw, we invite people. We had a citizens panel on energy efficiency, which means that we are actually bound by what the people have decided. It's not just an advice. We actually decided to do a citizens panel which is binding. But then a lot of people get involved, but a huge majority doesn't. So for example, on energy efficiency, but same thing happens in the citizens. We have the citizens budget, participatory budget, and it's pretty big in Warsaw. It's more than 50 million euros. So you can do quite a lot of projects. The only thing is that the people who want to change their neighborhood and who are active get involved. 90% or 95% of the people do not get involved. So then they do a project and then everyone else is waking up and they say, oh, we don't like that. Seesaw for children, fantastic. not in front of my house, because there will be too much noise. And yes, but at the end of the day, you know, that's why we have the job that we have. Because a minister, and I was a minister, can always duck the question, and before the, you know, the results are known, 2 years will pass. Whereas we have to actually deal with those, with resolving some of those conflicts. And here, that's why we need to be also honest with when we do consultations. We need to tell the people, listen, guys, but I mean, okay, are you sure that other people will accept the solutions that you are proposing? Because usually it is the most ambitious people who come for consultations. So if you really want to use it well, then you have to simply announce it and ask the people who participate, please talk about it. Because at the end of the day, then it will also turn against you if the silent majority will not like what we propose. There is a huge debate, not on climate issue, but I mean, it shows you the question. I mean, of course, you know, we are very well known, and I think the same thing can be said about the Croatians and the Hungarians. We do not like when people tell us what to do and try to direct our lives. So there is a huge debate about in Warsaw about actually having a ban on selling alcohol after 10 o'clock in the evening in the shops. Of course, no one is as crazy as to forbid it in restaurants. We are not Britain, but there is a huge debate about it, and I say, you know, again, remembering the Polish people. I mean, in the communist times, I mean, the alcohol was banned. You know, it was sold in many different places from the cars and so on, and people were making huge business out of it. So remembering all of that, I said, you know, I'm not the greatest expert, the greatest fan of that solution. Huge pressure. Okay, we do consultations. And people who get involved are for banning the sale of alcohol. But I can tell you, 90% of the people in Warsaw are silent majority. I've just asked a lot of people, do you know that there are consultations that, you know, the majority in those consultations will probably want to ban alcohol? And they say, what? You know, so this is important, that we actually talk to the people, that it's not just consultations for the consultation's sake, because of course we want them to be ambitious, we want the people to push us in the right direction. But we also have to do everything we can in order to mobilize the silent majority, and also resolve the problems by saying, guys, okay, fine, but if you are proposing this, you need to take into account that it also might happen in your neighborhood and in front of your window. Are you ready for that? Then you have to support us and not leave us by after the consultations are finished. So by all means, there is no other way. I mean, we cannot do it differently. We need to consult. We need to do citizens panels. We need to invite people to help us frame the city. We need to have participatory budgets and so on and so forth. But it is not as easy as said. And coming back to the Green Deal, there's one more thing I want to say, or two more things I want to say. One is what Kata said, that we need to be ambitious, but we also need to be realistic. And it's difficult. Because, you know, the young people, especially the young generation, they think even the Commission is too slow. And now, for example, when it comes to changing the fleet of buses and so on, or the energy mix, I mean, you know, Warsaw's going to be neutral by 2050. That's my pledge, and we have a plan. But we are dependent on the energy mix of the country. So, for example, Poland is fighting for gas to be used as a transition fuel. I mean, there is no other way in Poland, because, you know, we are not going to have 100% of green energy, and we have just started talking about nuclear. So you can be as green, the greenest of them all, but you have to admit that there will be that we need a transitory fuel. And of course, it's, you know, also buses run by gas. I mean, you know, compare them to all diesels. So we need to be also realistic and tell the people, guys, yes, we want renewables, we want nuclear, but there's time when we need to be a bit more realistic. And I could give you tons of examples in other areas where that needs to be done. And sometimes there is like this, when we are there in the Committee of the Regions and we say to the Commission, great, ambassadors, they love it. But when we start saying, maybe that's not a good idea, maybe you go too fast, or maybe you should adjust a bit, or maybe it should be followed with money, then we are not needed anymore when we start being a bit more realistic. So this is huge. And the last thing I want to say is, of course, the communications agency and disinformation. First of all, guys, disinformation, this is huge. Whenever there is a problem, there is disinformation, and much of it is fueled by Russia, okay? And don't you think it's just elections? Don't you think it's just, I don't know, Catalonia seceding from trying to secede from Spain? When they see that there is a problem, immediately the Russian bots turn into a fueling controversy. All of the Russian bots that were anti-vaccination in Poland suddenly changed into supporting the populists, or suddenly changed into actually denying the climate change reality. That's what's happening. And maybe in Poland it's happening to a greater extent than in Croatia, but it's happening everywhere in Europe. So, and on top of that, you have negationists, you have deniers, and populists are being fueled and are using exactly the same textbook. Exactly the same textbook. C40, we are a proud member of it. This is an organization which fights climate change, of the most ambitious cities fighting climate change. Warsaw is a proud member of. Of course, there are no binding decisions. This is just benchmarking, okay? C40 commissioned a report done 5 years ago where experts were saying cricket flour is being made out of cricket, maybe somewhere in the future that would be a solution to circular economy, blah, 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 and so on and so forth, to reducing emissions in agriculture and so on. I was running for the president of the Republic. Later on, I was running for the mayor of Warsaw. I was pounded for 3 weeks that I want to forbid Poles from eating meat, and I will feed them bugs. And everyone in Warsaw was dying laughing. It was the best joke. But people in some other cities were like looking at me like this, and they actually bought it. And I cannot tell you how many Polish politicians the next day were proudly eating, a Viennese cutlet or schnitzel, to sort of prove that they're the true Poles. That's happening. This is disinformation. The populists are using exactly the same guidebook. And that's why, and this is really the last point, that's why we need to have our own book. And that's why those meetings are so important. And that's why the networking that we do through the Committee of the Regions, through C40, through other organizations is so important. Because we do benchmarking. Because we are dealing exactly with the same problems. And some of us have already dealt with those problems. So we are not communications agencies, but London and Paris are richer than Warsaw or Zagreb, and they have done it. So let's use their examples. Let's learn from one another. Let's talk about those controversies that sometimes it's not so easy to be ambitious because sometimes we have to be realistic. Choose their examples right. Choose the language. Choose the arguments. Wake up the people by showing examples, and showing the benefits of the things that they're doing. Show the new jobs that are being created. That's exactly what we need to be doing. So that's why I'm happy to be in Zagreb and participate in some of those conferences. By the way, this is not popular among people, like mayors going to different cities. Why do you do that? Thanks for the Committee of the Regions, because they pay for it. It doesn't come from the city budget, which of course makes tabloids a bit more calmer. But it is needed, because that's why through networking, through exchanges of information, through benchmarking, and through collective power that can influence European institutions, we can really drive change in a way which is not dogmatic, in a way which is not just very much removed from the people, but in a way in which we can actually propose change, but do it with the people. Differently than, for example, Green Deal in agriculture, which has not been consulted enough, and that's why we have problems that we have. And people identify Green Deal in agriculture with Green Deal as such, and the project can be sunk because it hasn't been consulted enough and because it hasn't been actually proposed with the people. And we need to go hand in hand with the people, and that's why we are here, and that's why we're doing what we're doing.
Thank you so much. Perhaps the Deputy Mayor Tuto, you would like to respond. You've been doing this job for a long time, so perhaps you can share.
I know. I will continue where Rafael stopped. Because we're also doing this participation stuff, the same thing everybody does. We've sent out letters to all of the citizens from the age of 14, which was an innovation, to decide about the future of one of the most historic bridges in Budapest. Decision was about, should we let the cars go back or no? And the decision was made. Of course, it was the loud minority, of course, who decided not to let back the cars. And we decided that, and that was our intention. we have the participatory budget, everything. But what I see, we put a lot of money, a lot of effort, a lot of social media, everything in it. Most of the people have their own problems. We are not this participatory people. I know it's different in every culture. But how I approach it, because we've been experiencing for a few years, it is how I approach meditation. I will never get there to empty my mind, never. But the process is important. And why is this process important, this participatory process? Because we know that democracy is changing. It is. But we have no idea how will it change. We see that young people are not engaging. They will come one day. They will change politics. We don't know how. What we have to think about. So we constantly have to think about changing of democracy because we have to be prepared that it will be changed. But I think about disinformation and the changing of democracy, just one thought. That one of our problems is that we should approach on the European level is the agora, the place where we meet, the place where we talk, where we exchange our views, is now in the cyberspace. And this agora, which should be a public space, is owned by private people. And it's all the rules are defined by them. Who can enter this agora? What can they talk about? What can happen there? And I think this is a problem for our democracies.
Only conflict sells.
Yes, I'll stop here.
Thank you so much. And then last we turn to Mayor Tomašević. Please go ahead.
This whole panel went in a very interesting direction. So I can relate to what other mayors and deputy mayors were saying. Actually, it's quite funny. I think we met first time 3 months after I became the mayor, and then I also met the mayor of Budapest, Mayor Karacsony, and it was immediately visible how similar our problems are. But you don't say this. You usually say this. I mean, as a speaking point at the conference. But in reality, it's unbelievable similar. So, for example, last year I was in Budapest, and I speak with the mayor, and he says, I ask him how are things going, and he says, "Oh, we have a really difficult situation." I ask him what's happening. He says, "The national government decided to do a tax reform to cut our budget." I say, "Oh, really interesting." Because the same thing is happening in Croatia. The only difference was that at the end, our national tax reform gave us opportunity to raise taxes, to have the same income that we need for all these investments. In Budapest, you didn't get that opportunity. They slashed your budget by 1/3. And they have to, can you imagine that situation? I mean,
We lost 3 billion euros.
yes. So it's unbelievable. But it's not just on that level of threats that you face, and you have to deal with this. But it's also, especially when you talk about the media and the techs, which are very, very similar and the same. I'll give you another example. Just I think last week. So also when I was in Budapest, we spoke also with the mayors of other cities, and they say, "What are you being attacked for? Not cutting grass fast enough."
Yes.
The same in all the cities. And the last week, I think, because the Mayor Karacsony has local elections in the same time like in the EU elections, so it will be in a month. One of the biggest competition guys made a whole public stunt, PR event, of cutting grass. But he cut the grass on the land which was actually envisaged for bees and for biodiversity, and he made a mistake. So he managed to find some grass that was not cut enough, but actually it was on purpose, and there were signs which he didn't see, and he made actually damage for biodiversity. So it's the same thing. Actually, we were joking that we will have a working group between the mayors called Wild Boars, Wild Boars, Grass, and what was the third? And waste, of course, and the waste. It's always the same thing. There's like a cookbook in the opposition, especially in the populist far right, how to attack progressive mayors in Europe. It's always the same stuff. We are incompetent, and yet we do, they cut our money. I mean, and there is no ability for direct EU funds going to the cities. I mean, and this is something we are fighting for since I became the mayor. You see the problem. I mean, if the money from EU funds is going through the national government to the cities for infrastructure investments, you can have problems, like you do, like you did. I hope now it's better with the new government. Getting better. Okay. So this is the situation which we all face. So it's really unbelievable how, and this is the reason, to be honest, why a lot of our meetings become like a support group, as you said. It's almost a group therapy session. I mean, because it's really, and then you realize that there's, that we are networking together, because together we can really, only if we coordinate, we can help each other. But also they are networking as well. I mean, they are networking as well how to replace us, how to change the agendas of the cities, and they're using the same machinery, they're using the same media, the same cookbook on how to do it. And it's really difficult. And now, I can relate whatever you said. I mean, you talk about trams. You asked when the trams are coming in 10 years, if you order them. And you need trams because we all have to electrify our public transportation completely. We had a situation where the trams were not being bought for 20 years. And what do? Because you need to maintain the order of the transportation time, we order used trams. And of course, the whole media then stunt becomes, it becomes the menu, the same. Okay, the same, you see. So then the whole media news become, why are we buying used trams? Because we need them now. In the same time, we are buying new trams, but we need to wait for them to come. So it's really, it always strikes me how this is very, very similar situation. The same thing, with in terms of disinformation which happens through media, in terms of clickbait culture. Always, a lot of times when I meet citizens and when I speak with them, they say, you do good stuff, but your PR is the problem. You know this?
I know, better communication.
Better, you have to improve your communication. You see, it's the same stuff. Why? Because when there's a problem, this problem will be blew up out of proportion. There will be a lot of disinformation. You would have to defend yourself trying to get the right information to distinguish the fire, but then it's already too late, because the damage is done. And then some misconceptions, as you said. I can completely relate to this. You say, in Warsaw, people laugh because they know it's not true. But people outside of Warsaw, they don't know if it's true. They see it in the national media every day. It's the same thing in Zagreb. People, when they come to Zagreb, they say, well, it's not so bad. Because they watch it in the national media every day, and they think, this is a jungle here. There's no, the grass is like this high. The waste is everywhere. And then when they come, they say, oh, well, it's not so bad. But the damage is done, because when you go to national elections, you can see the results in Zagreb, you can see the results outside of Zagreb. So it's the same thing. And also the NIMBY effect, of course. This is, something that. This is a lesson for me. The situation, we were elected with the highest number of votes in the history of direct elections in Zagreb. People wanted change. This was our message. Yet, when it comes to change being implemented, then you see that people have some hesitations when it comes to if the change involves them as well. Especially with the not in my backyard effect, NIMBY effect. It's always like, this is a good project, but not here. Move it there. You start, to speak with the others. They say, yeah, it's great, but not there, here, there. So it's always the same stuff, also with the public consultations, and this is, another challenge that we have to face. But, and also with the transport policy, I think it's I speak with all them, and this is also another thing, I mean, what you were saying, Rafa. I mean, the medias attack me and the president of the city council sometimes that we travel too much. I mean, this is really especially crazy because the former mayor went to Rome in 1 year 23 times. To Rome, yes. I don't know, you didn't meet him there, so you don't know. Yeah. And then, you know, it was really funny because we had a lot of crises this year. So my first international travel this year was in May to Paris for this progressive group of mayors. And actually we have a progressive group of mayors, and Rafael is a member of, even though he's an EPP, and because he's considered leftist by all the others. And actually the question I got on the last press conference was, why don't you travel? Why don't you travel more? You know, now media still, you have the first international travel in May. Why don't you travel more? You're not relevant. You're not well connected. So whatever you do, you know, you either travel too much or you travel too less. I mean, you are always criticized, and this is normal. And this is our job. I mean, our job is to be always criticized because we are always closest to the people. We cannot dodge the question. We cannot say, this is responsibility of the minister. It's not my topic, you know. The ministers can answer, you know, about the topics. Prime minister can always delegate to the minister. We always have to answer for the whole city all the time. We always have to, when there's any crisis, the first question is, where is the mayor? And, you know, if you're not there, you know, if you're in some international travel, again, you have problems. So this is always, I mean, the same stuff. But I think, especially with the transport policy, which is very conflicting issues, I think, you know, we either being criticized when you change the stuff, you know, the same thing. I mean, we remove one car lane. It was the main news for 3 weeks. I mean, it was in live coverage for 3 weeks because one car lane was introduced for pedestrians and cyclists. If we increase pedestrian zone for 400 meters, it will be in the main news or also for 2 weeks. But, you know, we still have to face this resistance. There is no other way. I mean, we have to do the change. We are elected to do the change. We will face resistance because if nobody is criticizing you, then that means that you don't do nothing. I mean, because if you do change, you need to face resistance, and it's difficult. That's why we have these therapy groups, which we call networking. But also, I mean, we always have to be, as mayors, as leaders, optimistic. I see a lot of pessimism rising with these EU elections, and I believe as progressives, as green, as left, we always have to be optimistic about the future. Because, I mean, you know, we don't have that luxury. We always have to believe that better world is possible, that better cities are possible, and that we will get there despite all the obstacles. And if we believe this, you know, this is the first step to make other people believe. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Before we move to the closing remarks, let's take a few questions from the audience. I think we have time for 2. You can also ask možete i na hrvatskom ako vam je lakše.
Feel free to use Croatian if you wish.
Da, molim vas, predstavite se.
My name is Goran Čustović. I'm a citizen of Zagreb, and I have a question for the esteemed guests. Deputy Mayor of Budapest, Mayor of Warsaw, and our Mayor from Zagreb. Before my question, I would like to share with you one short but dramatic and tragic story. Since the interpreters are provided, I would like to proceed in Croatian. Could you understand? Yeah. Znači, živim u neboderu koji je...
I live in a skyscraper built in 1968, so that's a capital work, state-of-the-art work of architect Jelinek in terms of architecture. Tourists come to look at this building from architectural point of view. Towards the end of 2022, we had the entire administrative procedure in order to get funding for energy renewal of this building, energy renovation, and we got €1,660,000. That was a grant kind of scheme. And in addition to that, of course, we invested €70,000 in order to prepare the design for this activity. Everything went very well initially. However, to close the finances, we need to obtain a loan at a commercial bank. Unfortunately, our project failed, so we lose 1.6 million euros of grants. We lose 70,000 euros we ourselves invested into this project. And what's the reason? There is a small group of people in the building, very malicious, highly toxic. And on the other hand, they are very agile in terms of their activities. And they started placing a range of misinformation in the building that we live in. So now, at the end of the day, we failed to collect 70% of signatures, i.e. of 70% of owners, co-owners of this building. This is a prerequisite for Zagrebačka bank loan, and as a result, our project didn't go through. Our building was built in 1968, so it's slightly younger than myself. 22 stories, 9 apartments per level, only 2 elevators in the building, and barely 4 people can enter the one elevator at a given time, so roughly 320 kilos can be carried. People in wheelchairs, people with disability, cannot enter these elevators, so they remain in their flats. The facade is in such poor shape that whenever we have rain and wind, water penetrates the interior, including flats. When paramedics need to intervene, they have to transfer patients seated, even when they lose their consciousness. We have had fatalities in elevators in the building, and then they are transported vertically with these elevators. One idea in this project was to add an elevator that would also have cargo capacity and it would be protected. Apologies for interrupting you, but could you please raise your question because the time is limited. I'm just coming close to an end, if you'll permit me. So basically my question is this.
Guests, what means and legal regulations do you use in your countries, in Poland and in Hungary, to remove obstacles to utility upgrade projects in residential buildings so that the overall interests of the whole community is not defeated by selfish interests of the few opponents?
Okay, thank you.
I imam isto pitanje, znači za gradonačelnika, kako vidi rješenje naše?
And I also have a question for our mayor of Zagreb. Is there a way for our problem to be resolved? Thank you and apologies.
In my program, when I was running for mayor, I said that we're going to liberate, as we call them, the slaves of the 4th or 5th floor, and that we're going to start building lifts. And I've built 70 lifts in the whole city of Warsaw. Why? First, of course, there was a problem of money, because just as in this case, the previous government took away 3 billion euros from the city budget of Warsaw in 4 years. But why? Because it turned out, first of all, that the communists, when they took power, Warsaw was razed to the ground. They actually nationalized all property. So now it turns, and now no government in Polish history actually passed a reprivatization law, because it would cost hundreds of billions of euros. So many people are trying to get their property through the court system for years, and sometimes they're getting it. Now, whenever there is a claim on property, it turns out that I cannot invest there. And those claims sometimes come out of the blue. So, for example, we had 150 places where we wanted to do the lifts, and then it turns out that half of them are actually claims. New claims are appearing. Then there is a guy who is responsible for actually historic architecture, and it turns out that he also takes interest in architecture from the 50s and 60s, that we never took, like, we didn't imagine that he is going to try now to protect old communist architecture and use it as fantastic signs of modernism in Polish architecture. Well, that's debatable. The guy, by the way, when we want to plant trees, I mean, the guy was saying, no, look at the picture from before the war. There were no trees on the streets. in 1920, so you're not going to plant trees because this is not good. So another 100 buildings we couldn't put the lifts there. Then it turns out that in other buildings, the people who make a commune assembly dealing with it, they said, we've just retrofitted the building. It cost 20 million. We want the lift, but then you would have to take all the retrofitting, or you know, actually do something with retrofitting. So then you have to pay for the retrofitting it again. And that's the reality of the mayor. And then it turns out that out of 600 places which we have more or less, we have only 20% are doable. And one lift costs something around 1 million euros. So it's also a huge investment. So then people started saying, oh, you're just doing it for 3 apartments on the 4th floor and 1 apartment on the 3rd floor, and you spend 1 million? That's completely crazy. And again, silent minority and so on and so forth. Those are the problems. I don't know, the specific situation in Zagreb, but I can tell you that exactly with the lifts, we had hundreds of problems like these. And yes, we're doing the program, but many people are saying it's too slow. You've said that there's going to, and when you say, I'm going to do lifts, then there are thousands of people who want lifts. So those are the problems we deal with.
Thanks a lot. Perhaps Mayor Tomašević, you also addressed this question, and I would like to move to closing remarks.
Sure. We have the same, this is, I think, one of the biggest problems, not only in the city of Zagreb, but in all the cities in Croatia, is the regulation related to the multi-apartment buildings. And this 100% of signatures for most of the works, which is needed, of the owners, which is almost impossible to get. Sometimes the owners are distant, they're not even living in their apartments. Sometimes you have maybe one person blocking the whole building from doing the energy investments, from doing the lifts. We also have many programs like renovation of the facades and things like that, which don't go too well. I don't even have to talk about earthquake reconstruction. Obstacle. This is one of the biggest obstacles, and we said that we want to change this law on multi-apartment buildings, and there are some now maybe information that the national government is thinking to do the same, to go in this direction. But if this doesn't change, basically the whole city will be a ruined museum, because I think this is impossible to get. And you are not the only, unfortunately, example. And we are very frustrated as a city government that our hands are tied, and that we can do really great programs for energy renovation, for the lifts in the buildings, for earthquake reconstruction, but basically with this kind of regulation, it's almost impossible to do it.
Thanks a lot. Before we move to the break and close this session, I would like to give a chance to our panelists for very short, if you can, half a minute
if you can.
closing words. I will start with ladies first, so please go ahead, Deputy.
Some takeaways. The best advice I got from one of the mayors for 30 years. 2 things. 1, if you made a decision, stick to the decision. If you decide it, you stay with it. You don't do this. The second is, you will not please everyone. So stop striving for that. And because we're here about climate issues. I have a favorite Hungarian scientist, and he had a saying about who's a pessimistic person, a pessimistic one. A pessimistic person is somebody who is usually right. He's right, but he does not enjoy that, so he's not happy. Who is an optimistic person? An optimistic person is someone who thinks that the future is uncertain. So he or she does everything to change the future for the better. So this is what we're doing. We have to be optimistic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Turning to you now. Mayor Trzakowski, please go ahead.
Još jednom hvala što ste me pozvali na konferenciju.
Well, once again, thank you. Thank you very much indeed for your kind invitation to join you here in Zagreb.
To Zagreb.
I will just say one thing at the end. First of all, I said it 30 times already, but that these exchanges matter and they make sense at the end of the day, because we really learn from one another. It's not just a support group. I'm Rafał and I'm the Gradonachalnik. but it's also helps us to actually move the agenda forwards. But the thing I wanna leave you with is this. I introduced many different measures. For example, I was the first mayor in Poland and the single one who signed the LGBT declaration in Warsaw. Not for ideological reasons, but simply the previous populists were attacking everyone, and they were also attacking gays and lesbians. So the job of the mayor is to stand with the people who are attacked. When I'm being asked, why gays, why teachers, why minorities, why women, because we stand for women's rights, I stand with everyone who's being attacked. I mean, if a big white Catholic guy is going to be attacked, I'm going to defend him as well. But that's the situation. But at the end of the day, there were many, many measures where people were saying, you're going to lose the elections, you're going to lose the chances for blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, people like to elect leaders who have an idea and have a say and who stay true to what they believe in. Because there's so many politicians that veer around that really people want to have people who do what they preach. And somehow it turns out that most of those guys are found in the local government. Most of the mayors that I know. And it's kind of strange because, most of those guys are left. I'm supposedly from the center, even center-right. And most of the mayors really do what they believe, maybe because they're asked what they do every day on the streets of their cities. And that's very good to see, and that's really very, very refreshing. Populists do not win cities, guys. And at least this is a good information for the future.
Thank you. Mayor Tomašević, please go ahead.
I mean, they had so great closing sessions that, I just want to, first of all, thank both Rafael and Kata for being here and for coming to Zagreb. And as Rafael said, I mean, it's not that we do only support group, because a lot of actually exchanges that we do have huge impact on our cities. On the last meeting in Florence with our great joint friend Dario Nardella, the mayor of Florence, who was the host of this, we were discussing public transportation, and this is how we actually decided to go with free of charge public transportation in Zagreb for 65 plus, which will be in effect from 1st of June. So, and we were discussing this with the mayor of Montpellier, with the other mayors. So actually, I mean, these meetings that we do, the networking has a lot of, exchanges that we do have actually impact on the policies of our cities and the quality of life of our citizens. And as I said, I'm optimistic about the future. I'm just not sure if after these EU elections, the cities, that we rule will be either islands of change in some difficult times, or we'll be just leaders of the wave which is going. But either way, we know that, we are here, we stand for our values, we do what we preach, we lead by example. This is the only way how we believe is the leadership role of the mayors. And I'm sure, sooner or later, the values that we stand for will win. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With this, we are finishing with our first panel discussion. Back to you, Zrinka. Thank you all.
Thank you all for all your encouraging messages. It was very important in this moment in Croatia. U ovom trenutku, nakon ovog prvog panela...
Well, after this first panel, it's time for a small break, but we will also have a group photo, so I kindly ask our distinguished panelists to join us for group photo. Coffee break for everyone else. Feel free to join us outside of this hall. Please also leave your interpretation headsets because you will need them for the panel discussion number 2. And let us try to reconvene at noon sharp. Thank you.
Dobrodošli natrag. Nadam se.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your coffee. But now we are going to start with the second panel discussion on the topic of the future of European Green Deal in the light of European Parliament elections. So I would like to invite now our panelists, Mr. Joško Klisović, President of the City Assembly of the City of Zagreb, Madam Veronika Manfredi, Director from Zero Pollution and Green Cities of European Commission, Mirjana Matešić, Director of the Croatian Business Council for Sustainable Development and European Climate Pact Ambassador for Croatia. Miljenka Kuhar, Executive Director of the Society for Sustainable Development Design and Country Coordinator for European Climate Pact. And finally, I would like to invite our moderator, Mr. Dino Galinović, Sustainability and Climate Change Policy Specialist and member of the Climate Pact Secretariat.
Dobar dan svima. Lijepo je da vas još ostalo nakon
Hello, it's so nice to see that some people have returned after the coffee break, actually. I would like to thank my panelists for deciding to participate in this panel. I think we can all agree that this panel is of utmost importance in the forthcoming months, but also in the forthcoming years. As we are now approaching European Parliament elections, the discussions on the European Green Deal are becoming more and more relevant. This was an initiative launched in 2019, which sets the path with which European Union would become climate neutral by 2050. Its objectives include renewable energy sources, reduction of emissions, conservation of biodiversity, and circular economy principles. But the forthcoming elections will be the turning point for European Green Deal, for public involvement of the public, involvement of NGOs, which is all key to adhering to principles of the Green Deal. Green investments are important, and harmonization of strategies with the objectives of sustainability. That is why the idea of today's panel is to explore how the forthcoming European Parliament elections would impact the future of EU green policy, and how we can confirm our dedication to sustainability and how we can have a greener Europe in the future. I would like to open up this discussion with a question to Mr. Klisović. As a person who has many years of experience in the politics, maybe you will need a crystal ball for this question, but let's start this discussion. I'm inviting the other panelists to answer it later as well. What can we expect after the elections? How does European Union stand in terms of green policies which are part of the Green Deal? And regardless of the fact which political option will have majority, how can we achieve that the Green Deal has the future? Well, I would love to know how parliamentary elections will turn out, particularly because I'm running as a candidate. I'm on the list. With the parliamentary elections, European parliamentary elections approaching, we are seeing a growth in populism, of course. The politicians are trying to win over the hearts of citizens and voters. Unfortunately, in our case, we often see that whatever the politicians say in the campaign differs greatly with what they do after the campaign ends and when they're supposed to actually put together executive government. When we talk about the Green Deal, it's being questioned. It's being questioned by the right-wing parties, by populist parties, and it is presented to citizens like this plan has not met its expectations. Also, it is being advertised that it has just limited European different businesses to be more profitable. It is also said that the European Green Deal has reduced the competitiveness so that Europe is having problems dealing with China or India or United States or other emerging economies. And citizens are even afraid that, or actually the whole Green Deal is placed within the migration context. It is said that in 2015, Europe couldn't handle 1 million migrants coming from war-affected areas, Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan. So how can Europe even handle this huge number of climate migrants that the World Bank is announcing we will have 140 million by 2050? And UN panel for migration says that we could have between 25 million up to 1 billion people who will leave their homes and head to areas or parts of the world where they will be safe. This will particularly be the case for people coming from Africa and Asia, where there are strongest climate change effect. So how can we prevent that? Well, we shouldn't prevent that, but we should work on mitigation of climate changes. We should become aware what kind of activities we should undertake to make it better for everyone. But what's particularly important, whatever the populists are saying, where with their simple political messages based on fear, always based on fear. Fear from migrants, fear from economy failure, from loss of jobs in Europe. They're using the fear to win over the sentiments of the citizens to push the Green Deal aside. And the situation is reverse, actually. That's my political agenda, actually, that I'm going to use to address the citizens. And that is that EU Green Deal is actually the solution of the challenges that we are facing. And as I said in my introductory speech, we needed to establish the balance between societal development, environmental situation. All the citizens said we don't want to see a single measure that will have a negative impact on our health. That's the biggest wealth that we have. It doesn't matter whether we have money or not. We have to protect our health. Therefore, City of Zagreb will send out its conclusions to EU from this conference. It's important for us to say what's important for us, to say that we want a European economy which is competitive, strong, prosperous, that creates new jobs. It doesn't have to include the old jobs. For example, miners in coal mines. No, but they can be engineers or people mounting the solar panels or wind farms or, totally new jobs. But for that, of course, we need education. And that is why I said it today. That is why it's called a deal, a Green Deal, to bring together all these things that are important for people. And as Kata has said, once when we make a decision, we will not change the decision. We will not reverse on our decision. We want to proceed further. And what's very important to communicate with the voters is that the Green Deal shouldn't be placed in the context of bans. So no more greenhouse gas emissions. You can't do that. You can't do that. People don't like to hear that they can't do something. But when you change the communication narrative and when you say, people, you will have lower energy bills if you produce energy through solar panels on your roofs. Not only will you have smaller bills, you will be able to sell the surplus to your operator and earn money. I would love to find the citizens who would say, oh, I wouldn't like that. But fear-based communication from populists is such that it always wins over reason. So how can we generate a climate of reason when people are watching the news, watching the parliamentary campaigns? That's the key issue. But I think it's the really important issue so that citizens during these elections will not make just emotional decisions, but healthy decisions. Who is offering me something that will make quality of life in my country better? So I really hope that citizens will be able to really see through all this, that they will include their hearts and their common sense. Well, we talk about common sense all the time, but I think that the leaders of these societal changes are Madam Kuhar and Madam Matesic, and they are coming from the civil sector or non-governmental sector. So, Madam Kuhar, could you maybe say something about how do you think the forthcoming parliamentary elections will affect the future of the Green Deal? As far as I know, you mainly work with local self-government units. So what will be the impact at the local level? Well, thank you for your question. I think the question which you have asked is a great question, but it's also a very complex question. Just before I give you a very direct answer to the question, I would like to add to what to what Mr. Klisovic was talking about level of information, level of knowledge that people have, not just about European Green Deal, but about climate change in general. During the previous panel, we were listening a lot how we should involve the citizens, include the citizens, that there is a big problem, that you have a very vocal minority that then dictates which changes will happen, and that these changes are not always for the greatest interest of the majority, the passive majority. So as an organization, we started in 2021 on a questionnaire. This questionnaire was distributed on a representative sample of Croatian population, which was of age. So the idea was to see the position of citizens on climate change and to compare then these results with the results that we got from 2011. So the idea is that we do the same research every 10 years. So what does it have to do with my introduction? I'm getting there, bear with me. The findings have shown that 61% of research participants believed that climate change are bad for the world. However, only 56% of them thought they were bad for Croatia. And then when we asked them, how do they assess or what do they think about the causes of climate change, half of research participants or respondents said that they think that climate changes are caused with natural processes and not human activity, meaning that average citizens are probably not best informed, not just about the causes of climate change, but also about the possible diverse consequences of climate change, particularly what kind of effect it will have on their immediate environment. So this brings us to a conclusion that sources of information that people have are either not available or not reliable, meaning that they are guided by some kind of populist sources and that is a challenge that we all have to face. So I think that these kinds of conferences where citizens can actually learn more about us, where they have an opportunity to talk directly to decision makers, to policy makers, not just at the local level, but also at the national level, we think that's why these kind of events are key, so that citizens could change their level of knowledge, they could expand on their knowledge, not just on climate change, but also on some key relevant policies adopted at the EU level. In the previous panel, we heard that these policies are very complex, and it's very difficult for an average citizen to understand the consequences of such policies on daily lives of citizens, and that sometimes it's very difficult to imagine what's the correlation between changes in the educational system and mounting of PVs. So I think it's very important to work together with the whole society, with scientific organizations, educational organizations, to distribute fact-based information, not just on climate change, but also on climate policies, energy policies, and their effects on everyday lives of our citizens, and also on the effect on health of citizens and health of environment in which we live. So I think this is an answer to your question. about the level of information of our citizens and how this ties in with European parliamentary elections. The more we increase the level of information and knowledge of our citizens, the more the citizens will be ready to go out and vote. Vote for people who stand behind verifiable facts and scientifically based facts. Thank you so much, Madam Matasic. In your work, you are primarily focusing on the business sector. Can you maybe tell us in what context the European Green Deal will have an impact on the business sector worldwide and Europe-wide, and what is the role of the business sector in the green transition? Of course, you can speak about the Croatian context, but I'm sure you have information about the European situation in general. Thank you, Dino, for your question. Well, maybe I'm not the right person to answer that question because I'm coming from an organization that actually promotes corporate sustainability. We are all about corporate social responsibility. We believe that it is the only path. We don't think it's the right path. We think it's the only path. Joško said in his introduction that cities are biggest polluters, but it's not true. It's the economy that's the biggest polluter. So in order to change, we have to recognize our weak points. And that's why I openly recognize that the economy is to blame, or businesses are to blame, if we speak about the climate and sustainability in general. The Green Deal is the most successful strategy of green transition ever done anywhere in history. I'm saying this because I have really a lot of experience of working with the economy, and it's unbelievable to see the transformation happening among the business subjects as a consequence of regulatory package that are part of the Green Deal. Unfortunately, we haven't seen the lapse of time sufficiently to measure specific effects yet, but I believe if we stick to these policies, if we don't give up on these policies, if we don't change them, I think that in the forthcoming years we will see huge changes in European economy heading towards sustainable businesses and green transition. I'm not going to list all the regulations now and all the directives, but I would really like to say that the changes which are happening in European and Croatian economy are huge. They are still at preparatory stage in order for the implementation to happen in the years to come. It's of utmost importance to stick to this, to stick to the decision that was made, and that the politicians hopefully will not give up on that decision. We heard that there is a huge populist attack on Green Deal in the context of expensive economy, costs that make us less competitive than the rest of the world. It's really unbelievable to me that the politicians that we are supposedly electing to be smart for us and our future are not listening to information given by groups of experts, and I'm talking about highest ranking experts that humanity has at this moment, such as IPCC, for example, International Panel on Climate Change, that has clearly said that we have 3 to 5 years to seriously transform ourselves before the climate change and changes in our ecosystems, which are life-supporting on Earth, will become such that the changes will be irreversible, or the damage will be irreversible. If we trust UN and UN authorities and the experts that the UN has chosen, how can we then try to claim that adaptations to these changes are detrimental to our economy in the long run? Because it's obvious that people who have these kinds of opinions are making these opinions on the fact that just on their hope that things will not change in the years to come. And we see that they will change. Just look out through the window in Zagreb and probably in other parts of Europe.
So my message would be this: adaptation of businesses in sustainability terms is the only path towards sustainability, towards competitiveness. And this means that we would then also be more resilient compared to other economies. And in the years to come, this would then prove to be a tremendous advantage if we succeed in this. I'm not a politician myself, but I heard about the importance of optimism in our previous panel. So I can only hope that the Green Deal will remain and that Europe will be a better place going forward. Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. This deserves a round of applause.
You have been working for, I will say, in the center of the EU in the heartbeat for quite some time. And from your perspective, what does the future hold, at least in this perspective when it comes to upcoming elections and the future of the green transition on the EU level?
Thank you so much. First of all, may I say a big thank you to Josko, who's sitting next to me, and to all the mayors and all the institutions that are here, because I think what he has managed to organize, what you have managed to organize, is exactly the kind of debate we should be having right now across all our capitals. The word passive majority has been mentioned. May I say that I witnessed firsthand that there is this passive majority even across European institutions. So to give you the very short answer to your question, I think we are facing a period where there is an extremely vocal but still minority voice that is occupying the territory, and it is of utmost importance that the passive majority speaks up. So please be critical in anything you read. And if I were to say what I think the European Commission has been trying to do the most throughout this mandate, first of all, integrating data, because this has also been the mandate in which the United Nations, for the first time, have developed a super important narrative from a scientific perspective. The reason why we find ourselves in the situation where we are planetary-wise, Russia and India and China included, is because there is an intertwined triple planetary crisis ongoing: climate, biodiversity, pollution. And it's all linked to the inefficient use of the resources made exclusively by us. We are the absolutely, as mankind worldwide, the absolutely unique cause of the situation where we are. It means we absolutely have the power to change it. And I'm in the privileged position to have seen the Green Deal be literally born, crafted from inside the Commission departments, because of the fact that science was telling us very clearly, and it was indeed precisely, first of all, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, but I would also add the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity. It was just a few months before the past European elections. They were telling us, unless you change the course now, in this decade, there is scientifically no time left. And I often compare the Green Deal to the desperate attempt of the people who were driving the Titanic. You know that it was all about the fourth and the fifth compartment of the ship. I belong to the camp of those who believe that we've still not hit the fifth compartment. But I can tell you that we've certainly hit the fourth. So unless the change is now, it's indeed a very gloomy future ahead. Now, I know that when you speak about gloomy futures, that the people say, yes, but then, you don't have to, make it too bad. I don't make it too bad because I'm very confident that we are changing the situation. And I must say that I have an enormous respect for the way in which an enormous amount of industries, including very, very large ones, are actually changing the cap. And the worst thing we could do right now is to change the vision and the trajectory. Because by law and by voluntary agreements, many of them are changing their business model. It takes time, as every transition requires, but I must say that the milestones, even by law, are so clear, and I sense also the fact that many of them, and the larger, the more they understand that, they feel the wind that is running against their present business models. If you read the World Economic Forum Global Business Risk Report of this year. 5 out of the top 10 business risk perceived worldwide by businesses are, I would say, climate and environment related. And let me say also, because I work on this topic very much, they all enshrine also the way in which we manage water, next to energy, next to critical raw materials, and food. These are the 4 pillars on which we need to collectively change and become resource efficient. Can we do it? I have no doubt. Yes, we can. So please speak up. Citizens, you are voters, consumers and prosumers, and you are investors. If you demand, things will happen. Mayors, they have to demand very strongly, because we also face a lot of resistance. So the demand must be loud and clear, and I do believe this election can be a major game changer.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Manfredi. I will stay with you just with a follow-up question, because there's a lot of conversation on the EU level about the term of urbanization in Europe. And with urbanization in Europe on the rise, what kind of strategies does, for example, European Commission or maybe your team applies to mitigate the impact of urban growth on the environment and encourage sustainable urban development? I think this is a topic that is very crucial, not only for like on the EU level, but also on the local level from bigger and smaller cities.
Thank you so much. Actually, all the strategies that underpin the European Green Deal ultimately indeed end up in cities, as the mayors have so tellingly said in the previous panel. But of course, when you think of what is happening concretely, I would say that in particular, the climate adaptation strategy, the biodiversity strategy, and of course, everything that is related to, at the same time, tackling climate mitigation and pollution is of fundamental importance. What are we doing there? Well, the Commission has developed a number of instruments to support the cities, but here it's also the perfect forum sometimes to discuss to what extent all these instruments maybe are really organized in the manner that they give the best possible governance. Some mayors were saying that sometimes they suffer of the fact that they don't have enough technical assistance. Well, I'm proud to have been throughout the day in a gathering of cities that are all signatories to the climate neutral and smart cities mission. I think that that mission really has some breakthrough power, because not only it has selected the 10 most committed cities that really have come up with a plan to become climate neutral by 2030, but it also entails a number of goals in how to reach that overarching goal that indeed allow them to draw into synergy, you know, securing that indeed when you plant your tree, you think strategically of climate adaptation needs, energy needs, and so on. Nonetheless, I think there is also scope at European Union level to improve the governance of the sometimes too many instruments that are there. So I would say it's a bit like when you cook, a lot of ingredients are on the table, but I think ultimately today very much the choice is in the end of the mayors, once again, to go and find the best tool that are best adapted. Good to have that flexibility maybe, but maybe a little bit more of strategic way of ordering this would be needed, I think, in the next mandate.
Gospodine Klisović, evo nastavit s vama.
Mr. Klisović, let's continue with you. You have experience, of course, at national, local, but also international level. From your point of view, how could we involve various stakeholders most effectively when it comes to implementation of key objectives of European Green Deal, but also objectives of local and city level green policies? What are the challenges you face in Zagreb, for example? Or perhaps challenges you know of in other towns and cities? Because this is where the biggest impetus can be provided from citizens themselves. Indeed, as we've heard, problems tend to be the same. The authorities are guilty of everything. That's the perception, and they don't know how to communicate with citizens. These are frequent statements. Now, looking at my own professional work, my experience when I was part of the process of Croatia's accession to the EU and Secretary General for the group that was actually negotiating on Croatia's accession, I was also in charge of the issue of so-called EU referendum, where we had to let citizens tell us whether they want to join the EU or not. And citizens, of course, gave their say. That's when I realized something. The only way for citizens to hear something is to provoke interest in these issues. Back then, people were very busy. Economy and economic players also had their agendas. We had concerns such as what would change for better or worse in the local city market in terms of agricultural produce and so on. So people were very busy, and we didn't have much interest really initially. We had a major campaign. We invested a lot of money and effort, a lot of promotional material, but at the end of the day, we achieved something, but not close to what we had wanted. But the moment we entered ultimately into the EU, the moment we acceded to it, all of a sudden the interest of the economy was huge. I mean, look at that. Our entire business environment has just changed. Everybody was shocked. We no longer needed to, shall we say, contact people to explain the importance of the issue. All of a sudden we saw them contact us on relevant matters. So communication changed all of a sudden, and people started perceiving what they are told and started applying that in their own work. In other words, their own interest made them look for relevant information. You can't force this approach. In this case too, I would argue, we need to find a way how to promote the interest of citizens, how to make citizens interested in green transition. Day one of this conference was tremendously interesting. Citizens told us, yes, we want transition, primarily because we want higher quality of life and we want life to be healthier. In other words, we don't want an increase in malignant diseases, we don't want higher investments in healthcare as a result of reactions, we don't want more pesticides used in agriculture and so on. Instead, what we want is a balanced policy that would allow agriculture to grow, perhaps through subsidies too, so that they produce healthy food. If that means healthier life for me and less investments in healthcare, because this then means less patients. That's the Green Deal's idea, if you will, aiming to balance all of that. And it is only through that approach that we can approach the citizens themselves, where they see direct benefits stemming for themselves from the Green Deal. In addition, we also heard feedback about politicians, local, national, European. They told us, we don't want conferences where people just talk and do nothing. We don't even understand how they make decisions. Probably in some dark corridors and rooms, they make their shady deals. They satisfy the appetites of big honchos in the economy. We have nothing from that. That tends to be the perception. But citizens want something else. They want a project-based approach to green transition. They want projects that are materialized in front of their very eyes and that have a tangible positive impact on their lives. Whether this means more cycling tracks and bicycling routes, higher quality of drinking water, a different approach to energy production, that remains to be seen. I have a driver, his name is Ivan Krčmarić. He has on his own house PV capacity installed, and he's actually producing electricity. When it comes to me, I live in a multi-apartment building, and the legislative framework of Croatia is such that we simply cannot put PV there, we cannot put solar, so that all 5 floors of our building get the electricity. So my driver, Ivan, entered the green transition. I'm talking here about green transition here in front of you, but unfortunately I haven't been able to initiate it myself in my own life, apart from, of course, separating different waste categories and things like that. What I'm trying to say is we sometimes have limitations stemming from the legislative framework. We heard that question of our fellow citizen about his failed building renovation project. This is one example. We need to tackle the legislation so that we strive for that better life going forward more effectively. Without the interest among citizens themselves, we won't get there. And we can provoke interest among citizens only by making lives tangibly better for them through projects. So yes, the local level is crucial. Cities play a crucial role. That's precisely why we need to involve cities in designing a new Green Deal, and I do believe that the new EP and the Commission will work on that. Without input of citizens being heard there, again, we could have a problem with far-right populism and this deliberate creation of an extremely negative atmosphere, negative attitude towards the Green Deal, and this will then render our better future impossible. Trust me, the European Green Deal is the sole such example worldwide. It's a pilot project of sorts, an enormous one. I do believe that in 5 to 10 years, others will start copying us too. If we achieve success. Many are already looking at the European model of integration of nation states, if you will. So we are more far ahead than anyone else in many ways, and the European Green Deal is very likely to soon turn into a global deal of that kind. And then our opponents will lose strength. But it's crucial for us to cover all the relevant steps. Thank you very much indeed. Madam Matasic, you mentioned earlier that economy plays a major role and that there are also concerns. When it comes to companies in Croatia or elsewhere, to what extent are companies, SMEs, mid-sized companies, truly ready or capable to go through that business transformation so as to mitigate and decrease negative, harmful effects on the environment? So all of those things that are relevant from the point of view of the European Green Deal. Well, let me say one thing first. I think I'm probably one of the few people here coming from the economy, so I'd like to tackle this stigma that the economy is facing. Economy in Croatia, business sector, has a very negative perception attached, unfortunately, among many, as if we are some kind of profiteers who live off of other people and do nothing useful for society. So many people believe more taxation should be levied as a result. In reality, however, business sector is highly diversified, and of course you have better and poorer examples there as everywhere. But from my experience, I can tell you that most businesses want to leave a positive trace. They want to do things better. In addition to making profit, businesses are also about social values. When you look at the economy in primary sense of the word, is resolving some of our needs that we have, whether we are talking about basic existential needs or those secondary needs that we have. But at any rate, these needs are fulfilled. And entrepreneurs are in the background of that. Entrepreneurs are ready to adapt by default. So if you put conditions for entrepreneurs or challenges, but with a clear perception attached in terms of what needs to be done and until when, most of them will adapt successfully, and most of them will know how to innovate to come up with solutions. What we ask the public sector to do, that's true for national authorities, EU level, but also, of course, local administration. What we need is for that red tape, that administrative burden to be eliminated. Very frequently, even in this very city, it happens that new innovative green ideas cannot be implemented on account of administrative barriers, on account of insufficient understanding of the legislator, whoever it is that wrote a given law or bylaw. And we need to look at the totality of that framework and adapt it if we truly want to materialize that major transformation we all want. If you'll permit me, let me just share one other comment with you. The Croatian economy is not necessarily the most propulsive on the planet. I mean, in best case scenario, we are sort of early adopters or early followers. So we look at trends and we try to copy what is useful and new. The president of our umbrella organization once said that we already have technologies for sustainable development. We don't need to invent things from scratch. But the question is, Why haven't we started tackling this transformation more effectively without any hidden agendas? Well, let me tell you why. The economy must end each and every fiscal year in positive territory. So engaging in major business risks without any possibility of profit is something that no smart president of the board will do without major grounds to do so. So when you look at these big board presidents of big companies, namely, for a major makeover to be done at the level of a big company, the management needs a clear picture in the sense that politicians too would continuously promote this transformation, or that this is the only way for business to survive in 10-year period. If somebody gets a perception that 6 months away from EP elections, it'll be okay to have fossil fuel-based business, then people will be reluctant to change. So what we need is more support by politicians, much less red tape, much less bureaucracy, obstacles of that kind, and much more knowledge about innovative technologies. The mayor of Warsaw said that the mitigation and adaptation are very frequently used buzzwords, but few people know what's in the background of that. And that's really true. I mean, we frequently boil this story down to solar collectors or to PV installations, and as if that's it. So it's not only about activism, about cycling and things like that. We live in a capitalist society. We are all consumers. We all live predominantly in concrete buildings, and we want to continue building using concrete and so on. We all need mobility. So we need to transform the existing industry so that it turns green. For that, we need innovation. For innovation, we need financial, but also administrative support. And unfortunately, when it comes to the latter, we don't see a sufficient level of that yet.
Thank you, Milena, so much. Another follow-up question. Very often when we work with companies and when we start this transformation process, we always think, how will I know what I should do? Whether am I sustainable or not? And what? But there are some tools that we can use. Do we have tools in Europe and in Croatia that companies can use to say, okay, now I will fill out the questionnaire and now I will see whether I'm sustainable, where are my flaws, and so on. Dino, thank you so much for this question. There are many tools and many methods in Europe and worldwide. Of course, I will speak about the Croatian tool because it's in my best interest to promote it. It is actually a tool that can be applicable on Croatian companies. 16 years ago, we developed what we call today Croatian Sustainability Index. That's a methodology developed on the basis of some international, very progressive methodologies. It was also improved in the meantime, and it exists in the form of a questionnaire with almost 200 questions. And it has been implemented in an app. We do evaluation of Croatian economy every year. In terms of how much they have managed to achieve sustainable business in the way they do business. So it's not just about SDGs, but also about some other managerial and environmental topics. This questionnaire is free of charge to access. On the basis of this questionnaire and then on the basis of ranking that you get in the end, we give awards every year for corporate sustainability. But the primary role of this questionnaire is to have this possibility to self-assess a company. So a company can come and see what their result is, where their flaws are, what they should improve, and they also get individual consultations if they want, where we advise them what they can change. We are actually very proud of this index. It is really up to date. It has a long history now, and it's fully harmonized with the Green Deal requirements, although we revised it before some green laws were adopted. So I think we are really monitoring the trend very well. Our leading companies have recognized the benefits, and this award has become like a green Oscar for businesses in Croatia, and I hope we'll continue with this in the future. I hope that this will happen. So if you are a company and you need support, we can offer you support here. Mirjana is your go-to person. Madam Kuha, we didn't forget about you. There are two terms used very often. One is the energy community notion, and the other one is just transition. Could you maybe explain the two terms to us? If I could just give you an example, when I was traveling to Brussels recently, I talked to a few people and I mentioned energy communities. They thought I was a member of a cult where we come and meditate and exchange energies, but it's actually a future in the context of European Green Deal.
Hvala na pitanju. Ja ne bih rekla da si dio nekog kulta.
I don't think you are a cult member, because in that case there are many people who are cult members, because everyone wants to join energy communities. But then on the other hand, maybe we could say that they are a member of the cult because they firmly believe in energy transition. They really want to be energetically sustainable. So people who are actively working on this are still a minority. Energy community has a basic objective of not achieving profits, financial profits, but actually to yield economic, environmental, and social benefits for their members, for the members of the energy community, or for the local self-government units and local neighborhoods within which the energy community operates. So energy communities, as such, directly contribute to objectives of the European Green Deal. They contribute to the whole essence of the European Green Deal, to work on self-sustainability. And energy communities allow citizens to have joint investments, so they bring together citizens, investors, local government units, like public sector. They bring them into this communities, as the name says, with the basic intention to share the energy which is produced from your renewable energy sources. Primarily, in our context, we're talking about large PV systems, but of course, in theory, it's possible to bring together other renewable energy sources as well. The challenge there, and I think Mirjana has mentioned it before, related to problems with economy, the challenges are now that there are many administrative hurdles in the Croatian context. So unfortunately, we are still speaking only in theory about energy communities in Croatia, because we still don't have a single one which is fully functional. We have one energy community that has received a permit and can be called an energy community, but still they are still not physically sharing the energy. I mean, the members of this community are not still sharing the energy, so this is the biggest procedural shortcoming. Also, I want to say that the procedure for establishing the energy community is very complex, extremely lengthy, and in order to establish or found, an energy community, you have to overcome numerous hurdles imposed by different administrative authorities. So, huge emphasis there is placed on the role of civil society and different energy agencies, because we have taken over an initiative to support citizens, to explain to citizens the regulatory framework, to help citizens overcome these administrative hurdles which they are facing. So on one hand, we have a perfect political framework. So we have, for example, the National Energy Climate Plan or long-term sustainability strategies and the European Green Deal and all these different things. But on the other hand, we have very real administrative hurdles which prevent us from truly implementing these strategic documents. So I think that is the biggest problem that is not being discussed enough. On this example of energy communities, I can say that for the last 2 years, there has been a lot of very vocal lobbying involving different roundtables and different stakeholders, but we haven't seen any improvements in terms of establishment of these energy communities or sharing of energy within the energy communities. So yes, we have transposed this into Croatian law, so it's theoretically possible, but in reality, it's really not. And I think this is what we should be discussing. This is also maybe an answer to the second part of your question related to just transition. How can we make this transition fair and just, but also real for citizens who will have the biggest benefit from this transition? Because we are still speaking in theoretical terms, but we are not really doing, in reality, in practice, things that would allow us to really implement the policies that are adopted at European level for the citizens to really have see the benefits from these policies. So until we overcome these administrative hurdles and until we really walk our talk in terms of allowing the citizens to mount renewable energy sources on their households, to interconnect with others, to share their surplus energies with someone who is not capable of investing into green transition, to maybe involve more of vulnerable groups that don't have equal opportunities. Until we do all that, we will not really see the true implementation of the objectives that we have set for ourselves. So as we always say, no one should be left behind, everyone should be involved. But unfortunately, these administrative hurdles that we are encountering in our daily lives exclude a lot of citizens. A lot of citizens do not have access to legal protection, to correct information, or to some other elements that, as a consequence, cannot join this energy transition. A lot of people do not have a possibility to join. Even if we would have energy communities in Croatia tomorrow, a lot of citizens couldn't join these energy communities because they wouldn't have the resources to do so. So we have to resolve administrative hurdles, legal hurdles, and some others. Until we do that, I don't think we can really talk about a transition which would be just and fair in every aspect of it, and that no one is actually left behind. Thank you. I had a déjà vu moment, really. Whenever you are trying to do a transition, whatever kind of transition, administration is a problem.
How does the EU Commission plan to ensure that the Zero Pollution and Green Cities initiative contributes to the EU overall goal of achieving climate neutrality by 2050 as outlined in the European Green Plan?
Yes, if you allow me, I will also continue a little bit with the previous question, because everything is so intertwined that you cannot split things. The kind of administrative hurdles that the colleague is pointing to, and somehow relate also to the previous question, clearly are national administrative problems. And these are related to existing procedures, requirements that predate the European Green Deal. And I would argue that everything which has been conceived with the help of the co-legislators in legislative terms and goals, because by now climate neutrality is written in law, zero pollution in air has become a legal target as well, means that, legally speaking, member states are obliged, with their own agreement, to go towards a certain trajectory, and they have to progressively make it easier for citizens to go there. May I plead at the same time for being super targeted in understanding what are the concrete hurdles and the problem and name them, but also, if I may say, and I know it may not sound so bad, a little bit of patience. Because a part of the problem that we face today is, oh, this Green Deal comes as a bomb, we have to change too many things all of a sudden. But actually, everything is so well timed in order to secure that the change, the trajectory by 2030 and achieve certain goals. But the legislation is just been adopted. So it needs also time to enter into the legal systems of all the member states. And I would say that some of the hurdles we are describing will naturally become even illegal, incompatible with EU law. So they have to be discarded by the authorities, one after the others. They cannot at the same time have an objective that is agreed at European Union level and have so many obstacles at national level that citizens cannot get there where they need to be. So there is a time for the legal framework as well to get there. But it's true that we are not waiting, at any rate we are not waiting, and cities like Budapest, Zagreb, Warsaw are leading really the way, Bologna, by pledging themselves in the meantime to go as fast as they can with the climate targets that enshrine natural links, this is in reply to your questions, to deliver also zero pollution. The moment you go energy efficient in certain buildings, not only you secure that indeed the children eventually have the type of heating that they need also to go to schools and so on, but you are improving the air quality. In Warsaw, it was a big problem, air quality. I think we see trends that things are starting to improve. So the nexus between mitigating greenhouse gas emissions and delivering on pollution are immense. By the way, I say air, but not only air. You know that a lot of the problems we witness also in our rivers are also linked to atmospheric deposition, coming from a lot of fossil fuel consumption. Fossil fuel is the biggest driver of pollution problem. But may I say that the other one where we will see that we will have to become much more targeted in the next mandate is agriculture, where in this mandate, admittedly, we have not managed to look at how to reduce pollution impacts as we should. I think also that we have to stay really on the positive side. For how critical we must continue to be in a very precise manner about the remaining hurdles, a lot is happening. And I witness this firsthand with my own eyes. A lot is happening across cities, a lot is happening in the economy. And still consider that we have had basically 2-3 years, and which 2-3 years? Years where the European Union has been faced by wars that had not been on our continent for decades, a pandemic crisis that has come also as a major obstacle. So if notwithstanding these huge crises that have hit this very critical mandate at European Union level, we have managed to make progress. We should by no means lose hope. Just stay firm, continue the trajectory, don't bend to fears, because actually the European Union has an enormous amount of resources. And if we were to simply also reuse the resources that are in circulation in our economy, I mean, waste as a resource, you can't imagine how many needs we would be facing. Food security, for example, is absolutely not a problem in the European Union. We are a continent with a high degree of food resilience. The only thing on which we have to be really attentive is water, the way we manage our water. But we are a very diverse, the tradition of our countries are immense. We have an enormous capacity. We are very resilient also for our energy needs. I hear what you're saying, and I hear the frustration, and I hear the impatience. But do you know that across the European Union as a total, we have over tripled the capacity to be renewables across the EU in just 3 years? There are countries who have become completely free from fossil fuel production in a very little time span. It means that political vision, determination, and capacity to go fast play a role, but at the same time, that there is still time to get there. We just have to keep the trajectory clear and continue believing into this path. Thanks.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much. Gospodine Klisović, evo jedno pitanje.
Mr. Klisovic, question for you, which will maybe sound ironic because you are a politician, but I think we can all agree that European Green Deal is a very polarizing topic in Europe in the political sector. What's your perspective? Is there a possibility for European Green Deal and all these policies to be presented as politically neutral, so that it's not pushing forward one political ideology, but that it's an imperative for all of us to survive as a planet and also as a society and for the future of our children and grandchildren? I think yes. I think we have a lot of chances and opportunities. Why do I think that? One hint was given to Madame Manfredi when she mentioned science. I don't think that the Green Deal is exclusively the issue of politics. It's an issue of science, scientific facts. The science tells us if we continue to tread on this path, we will not get far. And our future is not very shiny. We have already reached 1.5 degrees Celsius increase. We said we cannot go over 2 degrees because then we will lose majority of Dalmatian cities because they will sink. And I'm not even talking about now cities which are on large rivers all over the world or small island countries which will disappear. So let's not focus on fear, but let's listen more to real scientific facts and let's start thinking about them. And that's why we organized this conference, to start thinking about this together with our citizens, the politicians who are making the decisions on their behalf. We have to know what our citizens want, right? So that's why I think we really have a great opportunity to make this a non-political issue. You saw today we had representatives of the Green, Left, Social Democrats, Right Center, EPP in European Parliament. So across the board, all political groups are on board.
And also, in day one of the conference with citizens, we had a number of clubs, a number of political groups responding. So HDZ, center-right, SDP, that's center-left, and Možemo Party, which is the green left. So these were the three responders. But others haven't really shown interest to discuss these important topics with citizens, and it turns out, apparently, that they don't seem to have human resources, capacity in their parties to push these policies. That's, of course, a very bad piece of news, but we need to take it into account nonetheless. When we look at elements that may impact upon this story negatively, in other words, this science-based story, not fear-based. Well, look, you know the two main motivations of people, greed or need, as they would say in English. So either you have some kind of need or you are greedy for a higher level of profit, better standard, where you decide to ruin everything to reach your objective. Typically, this is pushed by small but very loud groups of people. But the predominant group of people, and we heard it said multiple times, the silent majority, this silent majority is typically motivated by need rather than greed. And this need pertains to better quality of life, good jobs, quality economy that is sustainable, that won't be destroyed the moment an oligarch escapes a country to avoid criminal prosecution, and then the entire business goes down and you have hundreds of thousands of workers lose their jobs as a result. So many people are working and doing based on need, and this is what's important for us as cities in the EU. We mustn't allow a small group with special selfish interests to jeopardize our future. But to achieve success there, you need to participate in EP elections, you need to vote, you need to get informed about scientific facts as to our current trajectory and why we need to change it. We can also see where the disintegration of European Green Deal would lead, or even its weakening. If people know about this, if people know this background, it won't be hard for them to make their choices. But, we had that period I told you about when businesses were too busy to think about consequences of Croatia's accession to the EU. And then all of a sudden they realized, well, we're in, we need to adapt. And then we had loads of meetings, clarifications, and so on. So the difference here is this. If we fail to act in such a manner that we prevent this downslide in terms of worsening of environmental condition of the Parliament, we won't get anywhere. Then declarations won't help. It'll simply be too late. So we need to preserve the values that are important. And there is a need in the background, like I said, need, not greed. Either we do what is needed, or we pass the point of no return. How do you explain people in coastal city of Zadar that half of their city would end up flooded unless we stop global warming? There are islands here with only 1.5 meter above sea level maximum height. So obviously, sea level rise is a major issue. I know that people react more quickly to imminent threats. Of course, if somebody points a pistol at your head, it's a flight or flight situation. But when it comes to longer-term threats, such as climate change, there is a tendency among people to not necessarily think about it as some kind of urgency. It seems, well, who knows, maybe it won't even be a problem. Let's let politicians talk. Scientists are too concerned. They just want the money from the state budget, so they're fear-mongering. These are some of the perceptions you encounter, but unless you resolve that, you end up in chaos, and we don't need chaos. We need science-based approach and science-based societies, if you will, where people know what better future means and what's necessary to enable it. So I think this is a question where both the right of center, left of center will agree ultimately. Thank you. We are coming closer to the end of this panel, but there is room for some more questions. At this point, I'd like to invite the audience to have their say, if somebody wishes to raise a question. But please tell us briefly who you are, which organization you come from. My name is Nikola Biliškov from Ruđer Bošković Institute. I work on climate-related matters there. Now, when it comes to misinformation, I would like to make a comment on that because I think it's a very important topic. At the end of the day, this impacts upon policy making, populism spreads with the spread of disinformation and so on. There is a recent paper. I'm a scientist, so I may as well mention a paper. It was published 2 days ago in one highly relevant journal. And according to it, spread of misinformation largely depends on the topic being addressed. So when you look at climate change misinformation spreads in different ways compared to misinformation on, say, vaccines or Brexit or wars and so on. So this is where you also have a message for politicians, if you will, in the sense that policies must be reached and designed specifically looking at the specific type of misinformation that is threatening there. Of course, it's hard work also for us as scientists to analyze that properly and to find the right route, because this means closely analyzing the actual mode of spread of misinformation. This is a must for politicians to then able to implement useful policies. That's one thing I wanted to share. Furthermore, I think we can see that we have actually left that period when it was possible to talk about climate change mitigation or climate change prevention and adaptation. Instead, what we need to discuss now is also protecting people from climate change consequences, including increasingly frequent extreme weather events affecting all of our countries. We heard all of the mayors mention this. It was one of the common denominators, namely everybody faced very grave consequences of climate change in your own countries. So this is an appeal of sorts to take these matters into account. I don't know whether any of the panelists would like to comment on this, what we just heard.
Super quick reaction to tell you that this is so much at the core of the attention that amongst others, the European Green Week of this year, starting on the 29th and 30th of May, will be entirely devoted to what we call by now water resilience, because it's not only the extreme weather event, which is, again, by the way, tackling number one in the global business risk, if you look at the World Economic Forum, but it's broader also how to differently manage water for all our needs. And your point on misinformation is absolutely well taken. May I add that it's interesting to note that the topic you're mentioning are precisely the one that preoccupy today our citizens the most. There has been the result of a poll this morning where they said that citizens are essentially split across European Union on two key topics that are really in their heart. Health, I would say mainly southern Western countries, and war, northern Eastern countries. And then three topics on which they asked the European Union to act more: climate and environment, migration, defense. Comme par hasard, if I may use a French expression, misinformation rotates around this topic. So you understand that there is a political drive behind.
Thank you, Ms. Mampe. Ima gore pitanje.
Jel radimo? Radimo, dobro. Ursula Klisović, građanka.
Ursula Klisović, citizen of Zagreb. First of all, let me thank our inspirational panelists for their interventions. First, I'd like to comment on one thing, and then I have a question later on. I'd like to comment on the issue of civic participation. We see how important it is. There's the issue of how to achieve it. Common sense was mentioned, and this indeed is very important, especially for decision makers who should heed common sense. At the same time, however, we need to make sure that we reach people. How do we do that is the question. Being honest, open, showing how much we care. I'm convinced that when people see this, they can recognize themselves in such approaches. I'm saying this because financial aspect is a motivating force. This is not bad news per se. This is connected with the need or greed division. If something walks hand in hand with the need aspect, it can be very useful. So in line with that, I believe it's important to reconcile these different elements, to work on inspiring people, so that people are empowered, so that they feel strong. And then if they see this in you, then young people can do a lot. I heard things today that are very relevant from my point of view, from my perspective, so I urge you to continue working along the same lines. My question is, how do we redirect this train called the global market so that we preserve the common good, so that we protect green and social rights of citizens? In other words, how do we achieve a more capable and effective public administration? How do we actively advocate for that? At the end of the day, how do we effectively achieve public-private partnerships in order to achieve these objectives? Thank you. Thank you very much for your question. It's highly pertinent. I think Mirjana might be best placed to comment on this first, given her business background. Yes, indeed. Even though the question is primarily addressed to public policy creators, I would say, because that's the background. Public policies are very important in this regard. But I can certainly agree with you that what you mentioned is truly very needed. With COVID pandemic, we saw a certain transformation of the economy. There's this issue of global resistance, shortening the supply chains. In COVID times, we saw that many things we need are actually produced in faraway countries. And then, with simple stroke of a pen, supply of some goods was reduced. So Europe is going back to Europe for sustainability reasons. And indeed, self-sufficiency and security are crucial here. That goes for electricity, for food production, but also for medications and many other things. These things go hand in hand. So sustainability-focused management also includes higher degree of accessibility of what we need. This is happening. I believe Europe is working on this, but I certainly agree with you that some things should be done quicker and more effectively, better. Thank you. Well, this issue of honesty of politicians is indeed very important. You attract or not based on how you are perceived. I believe citizens recognize quality or lack thereof there. But of course, you can always see this in the structure of the Croatian parliament, in all of the elections, really. But this is the reality. That's why I'm very much in favor of civic education for our young people, for kids from the very early age, so that we are all prepared for challenges of this modern era we live in. How do we reconcile business interest with public interest? Well, there's certainly no magic formula there. However, since we are in the 21st century, there is this thing called reputation, image. That goes for companies too. Corporate social responsibility in business operations. How can citizens make a company get better in its corporate responsibility? Well, remember that example with Nike, one of the biggest sportswear producers in the States. They were accused of essentially using child slave labor in Vietnam to produce their training shoes. And people then concluded, well, will you look at that? I'm not going to buy footwear from a company that pays people $1 a day, and they are kids on top of that. As a result of this negative perception, Nike started changing its business approach. So the public has a major say. And one of the objectives of this conference, after all, is to make it clearer to citizens how their own individual activities can contribute to energy transition. In this case, contribute in the sense of major corporations being led not only by profit considerations, but also socially relevant matters, because this then leads to greater sales if citizens find this important. And when it comes to public administration in Croatia, also local level, national in Croatia, but also to an extent at the European level, yes, there are interests, major big capital interest and so on. This is a reality that there are many inputs there. But when you look at these impacts, these types of influence, including through lobbying groups, that too is a reality. Sometimes information is received by relevant stakeholders earlier than that should be the case. So then when we look at drafting of laws and regulations, I mean, whether it's city assembly here in Zagreb or EU level or national level, there are issues that need to be resolved, but Europe is doing a lot in terms of tackling limitations of lobbying activities, and that's very important. It's important at national level too, because after all, this is also connected with the legitimacy of politicians who are there chosen by people to be servants of people. Interests are everywhere around us, financial interests in particular. There are powerful players out there ready to pay a lot to get their way. Sometimes some people find it hard to resist this temptation, and sometimes indeed, unfortunately, we have laws drafted based on needs of major entrepreneurs rather than based on needs of citizens. But this is where public needs to react whenever they notice deviations of that sort. If we say we can't do anything, if people end up in apathy, if they become hopeless, look, then others will define the path of our future instead of us, ourselves. This is about legitimacy. These influences have no legitimacy. So whenever we see things off the right track, we need to react. We need to go public. We need to be clear about this, including through the media. We need to make sure that politicians and everyone else knows that things are wrong and need to be remedied, need to be changed. So we must not be that silent majority. It's hard to motivate people, but I think sometimes it's simply necessary. It's a must for us to react.
A small addition to everything which has been said, which is super relevant, but I wanted to say something to this lady. First of all, let me tell you that the entire European Green Deal would have not been born without what the youth has done. I can tell you from the inside, without what the youth movement did throughout the period preceding the elections, and of course the results of the election and so on, I think the politicians wouldn't have that vibe and that political hot temperature to understand that it was really time to act. So never underestimate what you can do, because I think it's the first thing that sometimes indeed media and perceptions tend us to believe. We cannot change the world. Yes, we can. We can. So this power is in our collective remit. First point. Second point, I think it's a general admission across everyone who has been working close to the European very intense legislative activities throughout this past mandate that we have equipped the European Union to be a bit better and clear goals, legislation, with more or less administrative burden, but I think the path has been traced pretty clearly. The external dimension of the European Green Deal needs to be better tackled. This has been a mandate where we have designed clearly the strategies and the approaches, but now it's about putting order also in our trade and development policy. I must say that nonetheless, from an environmental perspective, it's good to witness that in this mandate we have achieved two major global agreements. One global, so it's the world who has agreed on a common biodiversity framework. And it's the world that has really again agreed on revamped path towards climate mitigation, so cutting greenhouse gas emissions. So the path goes on and on and on, and as we speak, the world is discussing a global plastic agreement as well. It means that even if, of course, we see difference and different polarization across the world powers, still there is quite an important appetite across the world for change. We tend to focus a lot on those countries that are really problematic for the European Union, and we know who they are, okay? But there is an enormous amount of other countries that actually indeed are already now looking very much at the European Green Deal as the path to go. So I think that in the next mandate, this putting order in our strategic alliances, partnership will be very much, should be, that's my personal view as an official, very much at the core of the attention of the next legislature. So please, when you vote, choose smart and committed individuals, because we will need really their support to change. Thanks.
Thank you so much. That's a really good advice for the upcoming election. Okay, imamo još jedno.
Okay, we literally have time for only one more short question. Okay. A very short question for Madam Manfredi. My name is Martina Nemčić, and I'm running a digital agency working on development of sustainable software and promotion of green transition in technological sector. But the question for Madam Manfredi, because you have mentioned that some countries have already progressed a lot towards achieving the objectives of the European Green Deal. What are these countries? Are these countries similar to Croatia or have a similar situation like Croatia? So what are the countries that we could use as our role models, since we have only 3 to 5 years to mitigate the consequences of climate change? So what are these countries, and what are these policies or activities at the local level, at national level, that we could learn the most?
It's a very broad question, and I'm not the biggest specialist on energy transition, but it is a fact that, for example, a country like Portugal, I don't know whether you would say it's comparable to Croatia or no, has been doing a lot of efforts and a lot of progress in its energy, in its capacity to produce renewables. Denmark comes to mind, but several countries, I must say, really, there are many of them that have done a progress. Clearly, it is linked also to the ability and speed at national government level to, change certain internal laws. And this is why I was mentioning these when the colleagues were speaking before and about all the administrative hurdles that are faced. No country is perfect, though. No country is perfect. We are all in a very transitional phase. You are aware of the fact that, energy mix also remains a big topic of discussion. You have the case of Germany that has just decided to completely phase out the use of nuclear, whether certain countries are opening up to nuclear. So I'm not in a position now with a crystal ball to tell you, Croatia should look at this country specifically, but I'm very sure that if we formulate this question to my DG Energy colleagues, they would be much better able to pilot also this type of questions in a more elaborate manner. So yes, there are ways, and by the way, the Covenant of Mayors is precisely another perfect platform for that. There are ways for an entire country like Croatia to learn more about what has been done successfully by certain countries. One example, nonetheless, I would like to bring to your attention, because Croatia is also a wonderful country with a beautiful coastal part. In the North Atlantic, there is an alliance between all the countries that are there, so from France, Denmark, you name it, the Netherlands, they're all united in order to develop what they call the Greater North Sea Basin Initiative, to secure that at the same time they deploy together more gigawatt with offshore renewables at sea, but they want to do that in a manner that they don't dramatically harm biodiversity, so that also their fishery activities remain sustainable. And what I like about this initiative is that I notice that these countries are meeting very regularly. They always secure that they move from the technical discussions to the highest political level. They bring the conclusion of what they do not only to their higher level government, but also regularly back reporting at European level. They're still not done with the work, but I think that it's a very interesting process to look at, because it shows that when there is this goodwill and clear strategic commonalities in the vision, there are ways to pilot the process so that these countries that have clear neighborhood needs can together march towards better. And I think that out of what I've heard in the panel this morning from the mayors, they've told us we have actually a similar textbook of things to do. And I think this is the next thing we can do together. Help these cities to move forward. You work for a digital company. You should be at the service, and I trust you are already, or there should be business opportunities for a company like yours to deliver services to collections of cities that have similar problems to face. Well, with modeling, with artificial intelligence, that helped in their transformation. Thank you.
Well, if I could just briefly add our third panel, which we'll have immediately after lunch, and you're all invited to our lunch. On the third panel, we will have Croatian mayors and director of the Regional Energy and Climate Agency, Mr. Domac. You can ask them where they found inspiration, in what countries, in what cities and towns, for what they've been doing in Croatian cities and towns, because things are changing for the better in Croatia, and they will be able to give you a specific answer that you're interested in. Okay, we have come to the very end of today's panel. I want to thank our panelists, but I would like them to maybe give their conclusion, what inspired them most. Once again, I wish a big applause for all our panelists. Thank you for joining us, and we are now inviting you to lunch at the Dvece Palace.
Ste uživali u ručku.
And we're back. Thank you so much for coming back here. It's a great relief, actually. It's never easy to return back to work after lunch, but I hope it was interesting enough for you in the morning session. Now we are going to start with the third panel, which is entitled Urban Innovations in Renewable Energy Sources. So I'm going to now invite Mr. Julia Domac, Director of the Regional Energy and Climate. Please be seated, but I'm sure you will have an introductory speech before. So please first give us your introductory speech into the panel, and then we are going to invite the rest of the panelists. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings once again. I almost said good morning, but it's no longer morning. It's after lunch, I think we can have a more laid-back introduction into the third panel. But although it's a laid-back panel, it's not less important panel. I had an uncle who was a journalist by profession, and he was a great person, really knowledgeable about everything. And he was always telling me, remember, there are two things in the background of everything, either money or sex. So I'm going to talk to you now about money, not sex. This is a great topic when we have here the mayors of major Croatian cities. So I'm really proud to be an introductory speaker into this panel. We said that 70% of the Green Deal passes or fails in cities. I recently heard this piece of information and I was really surprised, but we know already that the European Union spends 40 billion euros a year to adapt to climate change. We are spending so much and will continue to spend as much under the assumption that the increase in temperature remains at 1.5 degrees Celsius. While we know that these figures are just averages, and we do know that Croatia, together with its neighboring countries, is in the Mediterranean pool. And whatever happens, I mean, even if the global average increase is 1.5 degrees, we are going to hit more than that. And we know that Europe currently is at 1.68 degrees Celsius. So in order to adapt, and in order to survive, not just country as a country, but we as people who are living here, if we reach 2 degrees Celsius, we are going to spend 102 billion euros a year. If we reach 3 to 4 degrees increase, which is not very unlikely, we'll be using 200 billion euros a year just to adapt, not to reduce the effects, but to adapt, just to adapt. Can you imagine in the territories of our cities how many trees we will have to plant, how many green roofs, white roofs, extreme weathers, adaptations to the extreme weathers, different construction standards, and so on. This morning, we're also discussing how we would finance all this foreseen according to the Green Deal. How will we finance the implementation of the Green Deal? How will we finance what we need to do, and that is to somehow handle the climate conditions or climate consequences? We need to spend over 300 billion euros to mitigate climate effects or climate changes. It's not a cost, actually. It's an investment. And ladies and gentlemen, we have to be aware that unlike some other parts of the world, we don't have our own energy. We don't have fossil fuels. We have geothermal energy. We have the sun. We have the wind. But this is the energy that we have to use. It's interesting that we are happy that we have reduced consumption of gas, but Europe continues to import 15% of its needs from Russia. At the same time, we have seen increase in imports of uranium for nuclear plants. Some Croatian politicians are also saying we should build nuclear plants, and that would be the solution. That's obviously not the solution. It would be the solution if we had our own uranium, our own fuel. So whatever we are doing with renewable energy sources, we have to find a way to finance that. In Croatia, to go back to Croatian situation, we have to tie in European funds with private capitals to have the effect of European money to have induced investment 1-for-1, meaning €1 from Brussels, €1 of private investments. That will help us launch different leverages, such as is the example of Zagreb. We're doing the solar power plant from so-called PPA mechanism, where the private partner is producing and selling this electricity. It's very important that our legislation is adapted. As we heard from President Klisovic, we have to open up our doors to the citizens. We will send out a clear message to the new minister, whoever he or she is, that we want citizens who live in multi-apartment buildings are equal to people who live in family homes, family houses. I'm really proud that Croatian cities, particularly my city of Zagreb. I hope the city mayor of Split, Mr. Puljak, will not take it against me, but we were the first ones to really lead this energy transition, and we have already installed 2.5 megawatts of solar, and by next year we are planning to install 100 more. So in the end, it will mean almost 50 megawatts on public buildings. And we are also providing support for different European projects. And in the pipeline, we have 47 megawatts in the business sector, which I think is a nice figure. And I think that our role as a city is important here because we are supporting the private sector through our agency. It's important to say that we are also setting a new standard in construction. We are currently preparing for the green project, within which we will have 85 million euros of investment for public buildings. I think on the first press conference on Tuesday, we will show how we are introducing higher standards for construction, that we are building buildings that emit 80% less of CO2 emissions and save over 70% of energy compared to typical or classical construction. That's a result of a lot of effort, a result of vision and smart green policy that we've been implementing. We are also treading the path for the other towns, cities in Croatia, and also for the national government. With this, I'm going to conclude now, and I wish us all a successful afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Domac. Please be seated here on the stage. And we will now invite the other panelists. As you could hear, these are mayors of different cities. I'm inviting Mr. Tomislav Tomašević, mayor of the city of Zagreb, Mr. Ivica Puljak, mayor of the city of Split, Madam Jasenka Crnković, deputy mayor of the city of Osijek, Mr. Mario Rajn, mayor of the city of Križevci and vice president of Energy Cities Association. And we here have Mr. Vedran Bilas, dean of the Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computing from the University of Zagreb. And that's it for this panel. We will start first with our city mayors. Mr. Tomašević, as our host, is the busiest one today, so we'll start with you. Zagreb has been working on increasing solar capacities of public buildings. We heard a lot about that in the first two panels. So what can you tell us more about this project and about your plans for the future? How independent is Zagreb in this? And how much does Zagreb depend on government? Well, greetings, everyone. I will speak in Croatian this time. And I want to thank the remaining audience. Thank you for not running away after lunch. I hope the lunch was good, because I missed the lunch again. because of some other obligations and commitments. Well, as far as solar is concerned and the potential of solar, I could have said that during the panel with other European major cities. It sounds surreal that we will install solars on public buildings. How can you say that in a few years you will increase the number of solar panels 20 times? It sounds impossible, mission impossible. You will do it endlessly, or... It's an interesting scientific concept. We can talk about infinity. Well, anyway, this is what I wanted to say. The whole point is that Zagreb, until now, had unbelievable modest 0.6 megawatts of installed solar panels on public buildings. So in 20 years, and actually some of these panels are on the city assembly. And there are 1,000 public buildings in Zagreb. We have 340 city institutions, city administration, local neighborhood assemblies. So over 1,000 buildings with mainly flat roofs, we have installed 0.6 megawatt of solar panels. So not even a single one. So when we say we tripled this in the last few years, it sounds very impressive, but it's not as impressive when you know how little was done so far. But when we say that we will increase it 20-fold by the end of 2025, it sounds unbelievable, but it's actually true. I'm constantly checking these figures, and I'm constantly thinking, am I calculating something wrong here? But no, it's correct. I'm really proud of us because we are going to see exponential growth of solars on roofs, because the most difficult part are the preparations for contracts, contractual obligations, project design, and so on. When we come to the actual mounting of the equipment, that's easiest. And then the most difficult part comes in the very end, and that's when you have to join the grid. But the installation of capacities and mounting of these capacities is the easiest part. So by the end of 2025, we will have at least 13 megawatts of new solar energy. And right now we have 2.5 megawatts using different sources of financing with the Norwegian aid and also grants from European Investment Bank. I'm particularly happy about PV Max project, which, I mean, this is going to sound even more surreal. Julia mentioned this. We are going to have approximately 47 megawatts. So from 0.6 to 47 megawatts, and City of Zagreb will account for 10. Zagreb Holding, 29 megawatts, water supply, 22 megawatts, Zagreb Velasam, 33 megawatts, and other subsidiaries of holding, meaning like different utility companies, 3.3 megawatts. We will have specialized projects through a company, city-owned company called Zagreb Sunny Roofs, where we are trying to find different models. Some are done together with the private sector, and some are done in a way where the city is the only investor and owner. We would also issue bonds, the first bond that City of Zagreb would ever issue, to allow the citizens to finance energy transition and to have financial benefits from the energy transition. It sounds like zero risk, really, zero risk for our citizens. So this is something that we will do in cooperation with some other cities, because it will be easier than for us to negotiate this with the Ministry of Finance. I'm looking at Ivica now because we have been struggling a lot with our framework loan, because European Investment Bank's loan should be used for this energy transition, and our procedure has been going on for a year now. Formally, it's supposed to last only for 6 months, and your procedure has been going on for much longer than that.
At any rate, Ivica will clarify himself. But what is important is for cities to go in the same direction, because this then allows us to resolve administrative barriers, sometimes with a HEP company, sometimes with sources of funding. Essentially, I'm talking about some general guidelines concerning our ambitions on the one hand and our very low baseline on the other. It's also very important to involve citizens, even in terms of participating in some energy projects, in kindergartens, schools where their kids go. We have a kind of political dilemma in terms of which citizens to choose, what to focus on, who should have the financial benefits stemming from energy transition, from energy communities. Should we give this benefit to all citizens? Are we then talking about investors who will have easy money available? Are we going to limit this to certain neighborhoods or users of some institutions where we intend to place solar capacity? We are also working on so-called sunroof approach, where we map all roofs of private buildings, multi-apartment buildings, but also family homes. We haven't mapped all roofs yet, but we did a lot. And this app allows people to calculate the solar potential for their premise and to also engage in general design of potential solar installation. Also, through e-citizen system, citizens will be able to request consent from a HEP company with one single click of a mouse. So basically, you choose your financial model, you provide your consent, and you get free of charge project that you would otherwise have to pay for. So this is how we intend to facilitate energy transition for citizens, and we are already doing that. We talked about regulation in the previous panel. When it comes to multi-apartment buildings, indeed, we have substantial obstacles we need to resolve before proceeding. Before we move on to split, just one question following up from what Mr. Domac talked about, geothermal energy, namely. City of Zagreb is frequently mentioned in this context. Well, in terms of potential, certainly we do have a potential, but when it comes to control of these resources, that's not really in the hands of the City of Zagreb, and I must say I'm rather displeased due to that, because we have private concessions. Quite long-term concessions, actually. There are some surveys, but the access to geothermal energy is very low. So only when it comes to some heated pools, there are some opportunities. But, this is actually where Zagreb is a good example. This issue of geothermal energy is substantially a political issue. When it comes to control of this energy resource, when it comes to regulations, the competent ministry that's in charge of issuing concessions, this is where the previous city administration is also responsible, actually, because they gave up on this pretty crucial resource. Especially when we talk about geothermal sources in Blato area, where the situation is very clear. We're supposed to build a National University Hospital, National Children's Hospital. There's a huge geothermal potential at the same time, perhaps even for tourism purposes, a pool system that we could have there, but that's not under control of the city of Zagreb, and that's a pretty big political problem. We know that in the city of Zagreb, HEP Toplinarstvo is the company in charge of overall thermal energy. What's the perspective there? Well, this is where actually Julia could have more to say. When it comes to our cooperation with HEP company, we are predominantly focusing on electricity. We are trying to consolidate there. We have an energy map, energy atlas for the city of Zagreb, where we got data from HEP, from city companies, and from the city gas utility company. So we mapped consumers. And I'm rather sad that our city and state companies are not really communicating in strategic terms mutually. Even when you overlap the gas network and central district heating system, basically same streets are used for the networks. Apparently, the system worked that way for 20 years now. It didn't necessarily make much sense, but at least we have it mapped now. So this is where the city and public companies, HEP in particular, have a lot of work they could potentially do. Thank you. Let us move on to the experience of Split. It's truly a pleasure to see you with us, Mr. Puljak, Mayor of Split. Now, when it comes to your experiences, you have your project, Sustainable, dedicated to solar energy. What are the details you could share with us? Have you started with it? What could you share? Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to begin with. It's truly a pleasure to visit Zagreb each and every time. Yes, indeed. When it comes to the project you hinted, we have actually completed work on it. In fact, before the originally planned deadline. Thanks to project manager who's from Imotsky town, and people there have the reputation of always innovatively finding their way around obstacles. So this is a project aimed at installing solar on 14 roofs of public buildings, 0.7 megawatts, which is may not seem like much, but it's more than zero, which was our baseline we had prior to that. So this was a good project, showing that we can actually do things more quickly than we originally envisaged. And we now have 30 new public buildings in play, 5 megawatts there. That's the idea going forward. And then in the future, all of our public parking capacity would also have a solar capacity attached to it. For example, for all garages we intend to build, we are planning solar roofs there. So these are some nice indicators. I would like to follow up on what Mayor Tomašević mentioned. He mentioned the app. We have it too for solar roof mapping. Same company is doing that, as a matter of fact. So we are also looking at roof potential. And now using this app, entire documentation would be resolved eventually. I would also like to reiterate what the mayor said. We are sometimes champions in terms of putting obstacles in front of us. I mean, in any transition now, green transition is the topic at hand, but this is an issue beyond that. We were at a meeting of the EIB in Luxembourg recently, and all speakers were mentioning obstacles and how to overcome them. We have 1 million obstacles here in Croatia simply to get a loan, simple money obtainable through the EIB. But the state has put loads of obstacles for people who want to get there. And it's not necessarily due to bad intentions. It's simply an issue that prevents our development. And unfortunately, we are not going ahead at the rate desired. The world is changing substantially and dramatically, so we really need to work on overcoming and eliminating these obstacles that we tend to self-inflict sometimes, if you will. What's the interest of the citizens of Split in terms of installing solar on houses? Frankly speaking, I don't see huge interest right now. However, once we speed up our work and improve on indicators, things might change. These projects tend to be rather expensive. They remain fairly expensive, so some citizens are unsure as to whether this would pay off, certainly in the short term. But there's a lot of room for improvement there, where we could explain to our citizens that this indeed is a very feasible investment that can very much pay off. I think a simplification of administrative procedure would help us a great deal on that front. And once we wrap up installation of our plant's capacity, I think we would see some improvements there too. Thank you. One more thing. Given the fact that Split is a Mediterranean city on the coast of the Adriatic, have you tackled the issue of offshore wind parks? Well, that's a pretty interesting idea. I think we did some research at national level. I think Northern part of the Adriatic has more potential there, although there are ideas about doing offshore wind parks in the Dalmatian region, so more to the south of the coast. But the city of Split, believe it or not, does not have access to open sea because our coastal belt, our immediate area of sea territory is under the competence of the state level. However, there are plans to tackle offshore farms, but predominantly in the northern part of the Adriatic. Thank you.
And now we are going to the city of Križevci. We here have Mr. Mario Rajn, mayor of the city and vice president of Energy Cities Association. Križevci have been really a leading force in energy transition, and the latest example was the crowdfunding activity at the end of last year to install 5 megawatts. The entrance. Mr. Rajn, since everybody speaks very highly of you, can you tell us more about this project and what will be the benefits of this project for citizens of Križevci? Hello, everyone. Just a small correction. This year, we did 200 kilowatt on the city market. The library was a long time ago in 2019. As far as the 5 megawatt project is concerned, we received the approval from the ministry because we started the procedure in 2022 when it was still needed. And I believe that in the second half of this year, we will start with implementation. But this is something where we really want to become innovative because we are planning to establish a new company where the city would allow construction here, which is actually the third construction area, third construction zone, meaning that you can build PVs but not much else. And we are assessing that will be the 14% of total investment, while all the other investments will be done through additional capitalization of this company. We are planning to launch public call through citizens organizations where citizens will have the possibility to invest into this public service, and then in the future they will be then able to share the energy. Our intent with this 14% of annual revenues is to focus on poor households. I'm talking about energy poverty here. And this is something that energy cities and all city mayors think about. Maybe we are more or less vocal on that, but it's important never to forget any vulnerable groups, particularly when talking about investment on PVs, investment in PVs on homes. It's always done in the first wave by people who have savings. In the second wave, it is the people who have a good credit rating because they've seen it at their neighbors' roofs. And who is at the end of the distribution are people who are paying regularly their bills, but they don't have the credit rating and they don't have the savings to be able to finance these projects. So in Križevci, since 2020, we have been co-financing documents and equipment on the roofs. But still, you have 20 to 40% of personal investment. And for many of our citizens, it's a huge problem. And if you allow me to be very open, since I heard you've been communicating very openly here a whole day, the most vulnerable groups here are retirees. So when I say that we have citizens who pay all their bills on the 5th of month, and then they don't have almost nothing available until the next pension. It's a vicious circle, you know, and no miracle will happen there unless local self-government unit creates a fund that would target these people. We assess that with these 14% of annual revenues that would be assigned to local community, that we would then fill this fund from one year to the next. Our goals and objectives are very numerical. By 2030, we want to be independent energetically. Of course, I have to say that Križevci have only 20,000 people, so they're probably like half of one neighborhood in Zagreb, but they are small enough, cute enough that you can actually pilot things and then scale it up. So with all our forecasts and electromobility and so on, we expect we will need in 2030 24 installed megawatt hours from renewable energy sources. So this is our target. It's disseminated in a way that we need at least 1,000 households with roofs, and we are currently at 160 households. And there is an information system where we have everyone who has installed PVs, so it's at 16%. We are at half of 2024 now. So I know it doesn't sound as promising, but I'm hoping to see exponential growth, or at least faster growth by 2030. About a partnership with HEP, that will be a huge challenge for us, because if I can witness something is that regardless of the fact that administration was really lengthy, we were lucky that we started early on, because our capacities in the city are already filled. And when you try to peek through, I'm sorry, it's Friday afternoon, maybe I'm not using the right words here. When you actually break through management and HEP, then they tell you that the delivery deadlines are 2 years and more. So I think we are still very lucky. Here we have the Dean of the Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computing. I'm glad to see him. We will find high-quality people to do this. But the deadlines for delivery of equipment is a bottleneck for us that we are struggling with at the level of local communities. So I know I took a lot of your time now, so I'm going to conclude soon. One thing that I'm particularly proud of, but which is very local, because Križevci don't have many multi-apartment buildings. We have a lot of family homes. So last year we started the co-financing program that in certain circumstances can be 100% financing for thermal isolation of roofs in energetically poor households. So through earlier project, we identified which are these households, and then the colleagues from this faculty we observed that we are using 40% of gas or heating through non-insulated roofs. So, and according to the income census, we assessed it was €6 per square meter, that it would be enough for thermal insulation. So that's the type of insulation that you can just install yourselves. Of course, if you want a better insulation, that you need to pay for it. Everyone who used that during the first winter now are witnessing huge savings on energy bills. They all took this option of €6 per square meter. They're doing maybe a trade-off where they no longer use the attic, but it's now energy efficient. Okay, how important is to have cooperation of local stakeholders and private sector in development and implementation of these projects? Is the labor market ready to catch up with this ambitious plan in a sweet town, city like Križevci? Well, I would say that the problem or challenge is a modern word, challenge is how to reach out to citizens. We have a huge privilege that we have this local energy co-op, which is which is a role model by its example, and they have an office on the main square. That's very important. If you're organizing something for citizens, it has to be accessible to citizens in a way that they pass 100 times a day by that. If your energy office is in city administration on the 5th floor, 3rd doors to the right, there is no way anyone will come there. People don't go into city administration because they usually come to pay their debts of unpaid bills. So the energy office has to be on the main city square. So we have this privilege that we are seeing knowledge sharing between our citizens. So we are developing this mutual trust, and then local administration, city administration additionally supports these processes, and the economy, the businesses, they always find a way somehow. We need to take many steps until we reach full market economy, but at the local level, I can witness this. We are seeing that many small companies or small businesses are being founded for installing and mounting this equipment. So we are somehow activating green economy. But for that, I firmly believe we need to have this basic infrastructure, and that is what HEP should be focusing on, because for that, we can find the funds, either through bonds that the colleagues mentioned, or through entrepreneurs. We need to have this basic infrastructure. We have to, and we know who has to do that, and that's the Croatian Electricity Company. Okay, just briefly, do we have sufficient human resources to work on these projects? You mentioned academia a few times. Is it important for the local government to connect with the academia? Yes, academia is the starting point, actually. I think even if we don't discuss that, we fully understand that advancement depends on the academia and on our cooperation with the academia. If we talk about human capacities in general for projects and through different EU-based financing, the answer would be, of course, we don't have enough people. We don't have enough people who are ready to share this vision of working long after working hours, because these are the topics that you have to live. You can't do this from 9 to 5. You have to live that. But there are some great examples who motivate other people to join in. So it's really great that in Križevci, we really have great cooperation with the academia, and we are seeing great results. When we visit local neighborhood assemblies, when you have this study produced by a very appreciated and relevant faculty, it means something to people. It's not just a statement, we paid for something. No, there is a lot of respect for the document. For us as politicians, if I may call us politicians, this gives us an additional trust that what we are doing is confirmed by the academia. Well, thank you. And now we are going to go to Osijek. Osijek has truly flourished in the past few years. We here have Madam Jasenka Cinkovic, Deputy Mayor of the city of Osijek. So what are the innovations and projects that have already been implemented in Osijek or are currently in progress related to renewable energy sources? So what are the initiatives at hand? Well, thank you so much for inviting me. I would like to convey greetings from Osijek and from the entire management of the city of Osijek and our city mayor. City of Osijek, as you have heard, has been proclaimed Eco-City of 21-22. We are trying to follow in those footsteps. I have to say that this achievement did not happen overnight, because City of Osijek started investing in the renewable energy sources and in construction of PV power plants during pre-accession funds, meaning we started in 2010, and currently we have 18 PV power plants on public buildings. And as the city mayor of Zagreb mentioned, how to motivate people and in what direction we should go, we actually decided to focus first. When speaking about PV power plants, we opted for kindergartens and schools first, or sports facilities. So these are different facilities that are being used by the biggest number of users. So with this, we wanted to ensure environmental protection on one hand, but also rationalization of costs from our state budget and from institutions' state budget, so that we could improve the green transition and we could invest in this preschool and education system as much as possible, because of course we have all the other challenges posed by these two systems.
There are some other things we plan too. When it comes to photovoltaic, there's a major project ahead. We aim to reconstruct and upgrade our major green market. We want to ensure energy restoration there and place major photovoltaic capacity on the roof. Looking at cost analysis, looking at our budget and our entire city system, we concluded that the largest electricity consumer rather, is our water supply Osijek, basically our water producer, if you will. So we are now at a stage where we are working on this project, the preliminary part thereof, predominantly pertaining to property matters with the plots and things like that. These are some administrative steps that need to be made prior to actually realizing the project in terms of actual installation of PV and in terms of realization overall for that project. Another thing I'd like to point out is this. We initiated the greening process in our city. As you know, the city of Osijek is actually well known for being the greenest city in Croatia. We have more parks than squares, 23 parks, and at the same time 16 squares. So we really work hard to cherish and nurture this green side of our city. And when you compare 2021, when we had 600 trees planted, by the end of this year, we plan to plant 2,000 trees. In fact, most have already been planted. In addition, we also introduced one innovative, very recent solution. That's our app for tree checking, where basically you have barcodes per trees. And we involved our citizens, the entire public, in this sense, wanting to educate the youngest inhabitants of ours. And this also has an educational purpose, just like waste separation, separate collection. I mean, kids are those that are crucial here. They're the ones pushing us as older people, older than them, to do things right. I can testify to this using my own family example. This is what happens. So we are going in that direction. And this app offers information as to the genesis of each individual tree in our city. And through this, we are basically creating a database, if you will, for all trees in the city. So we can see what is it that we need to do with this or that particular tree, what should be done, what are the next steps. In addition, our citizens have the opportunity to use the app to actually report on anything pertaining to a given tree in our city of Osijek. Another thing I consider interesting is one recent project, following up on other people's examples. Osijek is sometimes referred to as a little Vienna, given the similarities in terms of historical architecture. So we have our old buildings where, of course, energy renovation is extraordinarily expensive. So this is something we are working on too, trying to resolve things together using our experiences obtained so far. And some 2 weeks ago, we organized eco-city waste kind of event, where we brought together public and private companies, all those who are involved in the issue of separate waste collection, or anything that is done actually with waste residues and fractions. So we tackled all, from preschool age, university, the academia, Everybody participated, and we saw Vienna's example there, and we tried to basically copy-paste that in Osijek as an approach in general terms. The feedback, the response was tremendous. It was also a lot of fun for participants, and we actually learned a lot, some of the things we had been unaware of in the past. All the guests we invited responded positively, so this is yet another interesting experience we can share. And of course, recycling and separation of waste. We are the only city that achieved the over 50% threshold for separate collection, door-to-door approach, so doorstep approach effectively. And we are also working on recycling gear and the development so that we are covering all parts of the city. 51 type of waste covered by these recycling yards in terms of separate collection. And we also have a composting plant with additional usefulness in terms of bio-waste. We are also continuously engaging in training, linking up our utility companies with kindergartens and schools. So this is something we consider very important. When it comes to funding sources, of course, there are challenges there for all of us. The bulk of our work is connected with the EU funding, so we have 84 projects right now, around 350 million euros worth. Some 50% funded predominantly from EU funds, and the remainder is funded by ourselves. One thing we did at the very beginning is that we refinanced all loan liabilities we had, where we achieved a record low interest rate. We really used that good moment in the capital markets, and frankly speaking, we are still benefiting from that. I'm really very happy with that. As we refinanced our commitments, our liabilities, we concluded that some of our projects are likely to take much longer because of permits and permitting issues in general. These are major infrastructural projects that always take some time. Now, this data is public, but I'm afraid to mention what's actually the level of rates and conditions achieved by us. So really, a good start there from the very beginning. I mean, we used this opportunity that was there at a given point in time in the capital market. So this brought us some reserves that are very helpful in terms of facilitating our work. Wonderful. No wonder that even Prince Charles chose your Tvrđac historical complex for his celebrations. Let us proceed. On the issue of geothermal potential, it does exist in the Pannonian part of the country. So I wonder, are you planning to use geothermal going forward? Well, we actually had meetings with the agency. Some initial inquiries have been made, initial surveys. Initial locations have been tentatively focused on. To a large degree, this is connected with Osijek-Baranja County, so not necessarily the city per se. This is a truly big and expensive project, actually. And again, many challenges there, not only financial. There are also designing challenges, but also administrative and other types. We are cooperating closely with the regional administration, i.e. our county. The county is working on this for a number of years now. Insofar as I recall, our former county prefect actually started doing work on that in his first term of office. So this is where we started collecting, obtaining data and experiences, and we also looked at international experiences there. The potential is truly substantial. We are actually starting with more in-depth surveys and analysis, and if the results end up positive, we hope to be potentially the first city in Croatia to start more tangible work on that front. Thank you very much. Professor Vedran Bilans comes from the Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computing, where he is Dean. When it comes to these innovations, Professor, we hear about from our towns and cities, how relevant or applicable is this in general terms when looking at renewables in Croatia? And what is your faculty doing on that front? Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me here. It's truly an honor to be here with mayors and deputy mayors. Now, looking at the academia, perhaps I'd start from what we are doing at our faculty, FER. I hope I won't be too boring for you. Now, first of all, when it comes to core education, we are involved in higher education all the way to PhD level. We have between 40 and 50 top experts finishing their PhDs in the country. Roughly half of them are in electrical engineering, but very many of them are in the energy sector. That's where their expertise lies, including renewables. We have our Šibenik program, and our colleagues from naval engineering faculty are also involved, looking at renewables as in very specialized terms at BA level. Local community had shown major interest there earlier. Those who follow developments in energy know that the first hydroelectric power plant started operating in Šibenik city. Šibenik was in fact one of the first cities in the world using this modern approach to electrical grid and public lighting too. Now, we speak about infrastructure here. When you look at Šibenik, that part of Dalmatia in general, it's quite interesting, also from the point of view of infrastructure, because concentration of renewables, including both solar and wind, is the highest in that particular part of the country. So, this has effects in terms of renewable energy generation and effect on the grid per se. In addition to that, we also work on lifelong learning approaches together with the industry and the relevant associations as needed. My faculty of electrical engineering and computing is one of the strongest institutions in the country in terms of research projects in Horizon Europe or earlier Horizon 2020. A substantial portion of these projects are precisely in the area of energy. Let me mention some numbers for you. For example, around 220 projects are there that the Ministry of Economy scheduled in the previous period, and over 60 were realized at level of my faculty. So we have a lot of experience in cooperating with the Croatian industry, and we then transfer the solutions obtained there through projects to, have that end up at the end of the day in various products and services. I'd like to reiterate one thing, so I'm going to take this opportunity too. Croatia has some of the best things in the world in terms of our experts, our MAs and PhDs. It's great, therefore, when we achieve them staying in Croatia, continuing to do this superb work together with local businesses. Hopefully, we'll get better on that front, but we need partnership there, not only of Croatian industry, but also the city of Zagreb and all the other cities in Croatia. This is something that should be more systematic than has been the case so far. We frequently speak about the ecosystem. Now, instead of sporadic cooperation, I would argue we need an ecosystem of sorts, where situation would be predictable and foreseeable enough with 3 to 5 year horizon, where then our mayors would not have a political dilemma in terms of where to address that energy surplus produced at city level, for example. Recently, we installed 600 kilowatt solar plant covering roughly 60% of our electricity needs at this point in time, so of the faculty itself. But we are doing intensive work on models for storage of electricity. This is a pretty interesting professional challenge. How do you manage electricity storage for purpose of use? And we are getting ready to offer our own surplus to our neighbors in kind of energy community framework. And we already have several labs in our faculty functioning on the basis of that so-called prosumer principle, we heard it mentioned this morning. So that situation where one and the same entity is producing and consuming energy. E-mobility is yet another important thing. We did work on designing the charging area network, again, with a view to use of potential surplus opportunity to use renewables for e-vehicle charging. So when you look at e-vehicle fleets, and that includes potential city buses, e-buses, we could have storage at that level too. So there is unpredictability on the one hand, that's always relevant there, but we are using AI approaches in order to optimize energy use, renewable energy use in its totality. So that's a broad outline as to what we are working on. Croatia has a major tradition, an excellent producer of transformer stations. That's worth mentioning too. Zagreb is a locality where key global industry of 3 types of transformer stations is located. Končar, doing work together with Siemens. And if you'll allow me a minute or two more, a couple of weeks ago we celebrated 100th anniversary of our second oldest lab, which was founded 3 years after the Končar company establishment. So we have 100 years of cooperation between the faculty and the business sector in energy area.
Another topic which is really important, and it pertains to transformers, these are these optical systems that you need in order for renewable energy sources to be connected to the system. These are so-called power electronics. These are converters that you can find in trams and in any electrical vehicle, regardless if it's a train or a car or a tram or a bus. And our strategic option here is to make Croatia successful in this. So we want to have as many projects possible done in Croatia, so that we are not just a market where we integrate solutions, but to have good project designers as well. I would like to mention social responsibility. 5 years ago, we had the first projects in which our students actually participated, working on energy poverty in the city of Zagreb. Our professors joined in Križevci in person because, as a legal person, we couldn't enter these energy co-ops, and we have contributed to the power plant on the city market. It's a very important topic for us. Everything we do to help our community. We understand that energy is not just a technological issue, it's a societal issue, it's an issue of liberty and a right to save life. Professor, since you have given us a lot of information on all that you do, maybe if you could tell us something about cooperation between academia and cities. Do they approach you? Yes, very often, of course. Most often they need us to do research study, to explore the circumstances or do technical preparations. I don't think there's a single county or city in Croatia that our faculty experts are not already cooperating with. Thank you so much, Professor Domac. Question for you again. We heard in the introductory speech everything you've said about the importance of energy and climate agency. And what do you think are the key strategic interventions to increase the percentage of renewable energy sources? Well, thank you so much. To begin with, just before I answer your question, I would like to say that I've been working on this for many years now, and it's great that we here have 4 Croatian mayors who are really familiar with the topic. City Mayor Tomašević knows solar power plants same as I do. And we here have Mayor Dan, who is the Vice President of Energy Cities. So, I mean, not so long ago, we couldn't find such city mayors, and that is the reason why we have these projects now, why we are seeing an increase in numbers. But cities are the first ones responding to citizens' needs, but cities cannot do it themselves. So it's really great that the Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computing has energy co-op or energy community, but they can meet the requirements. No one else can meet the requirements, meaning our small multi-apartment buildings. There is no feasibility there for the energy community to actually then hire an additional person. So we are now reaching the point of policy, and policy should be supporting the cities. We're speaking about water protection areas. We have 2 unintegrated solar power plants that we have been developing, but in the 7 years, this country has not adopted the regulations for this area. So we still don't have the connection fee that HERA is supposed to adopt. Even HERA, so Croatian Electricity Regulatory Agency, is almost non-existent. So this is something that we are lacking. We are very proud of hydropower plant in Šibenik, the second oldest in Europe, the first city, and so on. That's all great. And our ministers love to mention this, that Croatia is among the top most successful EU member states in terms of percentages, but we are one of the very few countries where the percentage of renewable energy sources is dropping. We used to be at 31%, and now we are below 30%. Regardless of the fact how it's still a lot in the relative percentages, but nevertheless, I expect that in the future we will have a lot more interaction and assistance, or maybe not assistance, but really good cooperation in order for the objectives of every Croatian government is met in the future. When speaking about governmental objectives, I'm not going to comment or criticize a single government until now, but one of the objectives of this government is demography, which is, I mean, a legitimate problem for Croatian society, but with current methods of improving demography, we have great faculties. One dean is sitting here. So would a good demographic measure be to attract international students? They would fall in love, get married, get families, so then these projects would attract some great experts. We have great climate, great food. They would love to work here and live here. So these are some demographic measures which would be outstanding. And what's really important is that we would be attracting highly qualified experts, highly qualified young people who would bring added value here. So that is the strategic thinking that should be built around the green transition and energy sector. As we heard, the green transition is not just solar panels. We are just installing the solar panels for the sake of installing. No, the story is much wider, much more important in the context of European Union that needs to become energetically impartial and independent. We have to see what we can do. Yes, we have been talking a lot about citizens, what we have to do for them to join into these renewable energy sources projects. But what's really needed to attract the citizens? I think the citizens recognize this. I think the cities have been doing a lot to educate their citizens. This conference is one of the examples, but also similar activities in city of Zagreb and in other cities. A lot of cities have energy days or energy weeks in schools, in kindergartens. In the city of Zagreb, we have developed educational materials from kindergarten to secondary school, and we have manuals for kindergarten teachers on the topic. And our kindergarten teachers are using these exercises, which are adapted to this age group. So citizens do know what they need to know. And as City Mayor Ryan has rightly observed, we do have still some problems with financing. So I would like to see a more proactive role of the National Fund, to have foreseeable tenders, to know that this year we are going to have a tender and next year we are going to have a tender and in 2026 we are going to have a tender. So, okay, I'm living off my salary, but I know that I cannot save enough this year, but then by next year I will be able to apply for the tender. But that's not being shared publicly. I mean, this kind of information is not being shared publicly. I'm always promoting the idea that energy shouldn't be a topic used by populists. Maybe some subsidies for energies shouldn't be all for one, meaning that it pays off to no one to invest in this, but that we should have measures targeting vulnerable groups, poor groups, because then those who don't need this a lot, for example, a big house with apartments in Split, the owner of this house will probably decide to install solar panels. Maybe in the end, just to mention the biggest obstacles that this region is encountering in greater use of of renewable energy sources, and how you're planning to overcome this problem. Well, I can't really say. I mean, maybe it may sound strange, but since we have this city administration, we don't have a problem with the. I wouldn't say this if it wasn't the truth. What's been happening in Zagreb is a revolution, really. It's a green revolution. So we have really good cooperation with the electricity company, part of HEP, as much as they can accompany us because of their capacities. The colleagues are really doing their best. We have pieces of information that in March they issued 200 electricity permits, which is great. Given how many people they have trained for this activity. So it's up to the Minister for Energy to create the necessary conditions for this. So at the level of the city, at the level of this urban territory, we have great cooperation. We are also talking to the Agency for Hydrocarbons, and we are talking to HEP heating, how to include thermal heating. We need to also look at decarbonization of our utility companies. We mentioned the city of Vienna, such as Wien Energie, that takes the whole energy issue for the city of Vienna. City of Zagreb has this company, Zagreb Sunny Roofs, which will install 800 kilowatts by the end of the year, which will be then used for supply. So there is no brief answer to your question other than cooperation, unity, interaction, multi-level management at local and state level. Thank you so much. I will now share some questions for all of you. We heard Mr. Klisovic this morning, who said that national energy climate plans and strategies are being produced, and then only when they're produced, someone invites the representatives of local self-government. Do you think, Mr. Tomašević, has Zagreb been sufficiently involved in the drafting of the National Energy and Climate Plan? Well, every city will say they were not involved enough. I mean, it's almost a reflex. But I would start from myself personally, because I have to say that here in city of Zagreb, we should be working on our capacities, our administrative capacities, our human capacities. So I really don't agree with our colleagues from European cities. I don't think the problem is money now. I think the biggest problem now are experts, sufficient number of engineers and sufficient number of people who understand energy policy, who want to work, who would like to work in city administration, because we really have huge potentials and huge needs. Electricity prices compared to how they went wild after the pandemics and after aggression on Ukraine. I think all city mayors know this. We found ourselves in a situation when suddenly electricity prices were supposed to go 12 times up. Can you imagine these amounts? So 40, 50 million euros a year that suddenly increases to 600 million euros a year. Can you imagine what it means for the cost of the public transport in Zagreb, or for water supply? Water supply cannot function without electricity used for pumping the water through the pipes. And because we have huge losses of over 55% in the water supply network, a lot of this energy is just being destroyed. So these are the things that I think are the bottlenecks that we are trying to deal with. We first need to increase our own capacities. The state needs to increase its capacities. HEP should increase its capacities in order for us to be able to use this opportunity while electricity prices are stable. They will not stay stable for long. And we know the subsidies for electricity, it's all coming from somewhere. It's coming from the state budget. All of us are paying for that, but it cannot last forever. So we have a very small window of opportunity to use the situation. I said then, I never want to find myself in the situation that I see the electricity prices exploding 12 times overnight. That would just mean the death of the city. Who could pay public transport 12 times greater, or water that would cost 12 times more? So these are things that I think well, actually, you don't have stability. That's the situation. Ministry of Economy was, I think, the third one. We had the third Ministry of Economy since I became city mayor, and I've been the city mayor for less than 3 years. So Minister Habian was the third minister. So you cannot have consistent national policies or consistent involvement of cities in strategic planning on energy issues if you don't have continuity and stability of, at the national level. Yulia was criticizing this morning how the energy sector always, or the energy ministry always goes to junior partner. We'll see how it will develop in the future. We can do a lot by ourselves, but we cannot always go alone. That's why the initiative of the four cities is important, because we join forces, we exchange experiences, and we always learn something from each other. We in Zagreb learned a lot from Split, Osijek, and Rijeka, and we really cherish this regardless of the political dynamics, because I firmly believe that we can jointly resolve some things in a much better way, change the regulations in a much better way. So that's a very long answer to your short question. Okay, now we'll have a special ministry for energy and special ministry for environmental protection. We'll see how it will function, but it would be really great if they would invite you, the mayors of large cities in Croatia. Mr. Puljak, how satisfied are you? How much were you asked? How much was the city of Split asked when they were drafting the national energy and climate plan? I would agree with Tomašević. I think we can do much more ourselves. I don't complain about the state too much. I just think the state should simplify the procedure. It's being going on forever. But we have a lot of capacities to improve the situation. I think the biggest challenges are still in front of us. And this is how to attract human resources, how we can find people who want to work for us, and then how to develop new programs, modern programs, how to increase salaries as much as we can so that we can attract a good staff.
Konsultirali, kažu da se organiziralo.
We had plenty of roundtables organized, so consultations were there up to an extent. Things can get better there as well. But by the way, I forgot what the data was. I think we have 170 strategies or so at national level, and not a single one has been truly fulfilled. We tend to prepare strategies, plans that we then don't implement, so that strikes me as a bigger problem than merely not contacting us, as much as the latter issue is important as well. But there are things we can do ourselves, and the good news is that we are working on that. I think the dynamic has changed. I think the cities now are substantially more active than in the past. What we need is more power. I think more competence in our hands. When you look at city of Split and the status, city versus county, you have this extra administrative layer that's burdensome. Nobody is necessarily malicious in this. It may not be a result of maliciousness, of bad intentions. It's just that we have so many layers of management, of governance, and we should simplify this sometimes drastically, not just a little. There's a problem here we have. When you look at any policy, including energy policy, and your neighboring cities, you can really network there. I mean, we have 5 small towns around Split. This should all be one city. The same goes for Zagreb. I think cities should be consolidated, because when you look at energy policy or housing policy, you can't manage these things. I mean, Kaštela town nearby, the area of Kaštela near Split, is specific in some ways, and you can't tackle problems unless you're unified. But I don't think the current or even the next government would resolve this. So to make major steps forward at national level, we need major changes. Otherwise, we'll continue to struggle. Sometimes you have huge volume of work done, and yet actual steps forward are rather small. So structural reform, I mean, as corny as that concept is, even when you look at the new government, the way it looks, I don't see major changes taking place going forward, and that makes me sad. Because we have the capacity to do it. We don't have the willingness, but that's not enough. I hope mayors of these small towns you mention as potential subject matter of consolidation haven't heard you. Well, look, I tell them that directly. I mean, I tell them, I'd like you to become part of Split one day, but this is not malicious on my part, of course. I mean, we have to do it. We can all be on great terms, but if we're so divided, we will never make steps forward. So, to make tangible steps forward as society, we need this. Okay, the same question goes to our other panelist. Have you come across any specific communication of your counterparts in preparation of any CPs? Mr. Ryan, look, I wanted to make a comment, but I think I'm one of those that would like to be absorbed by Mr. Puljak. But jokes aside, what Mr. Puljak said is not far from the truth. I mean, but, if you look at political mechanisms, I don't see them resulting in that. But the short answer to your question would be negative, a negative answer, a no. Okay, I'm also Vice President of Energy Cities Association, so it's pretty similar at European level when you look at it. We had a committee meeting in March, and DG Klima, Mr. van der Weghe, was there too. And the topics were the same, basically, involving cities, giving people opportunity. We are now also in campaign for EP elections. The next cycle, the next budget, the Commission will be investment focused in terms of cities. But if you look at a city with 180,000 inhabitants, or if you look at Leven with 100,000+ inhabitants, I mean, they all say the same. Let's involve cities. We are the first line of defense, if you will, but also the first line of communication with citizens. We are that entity, that layer that makes the social community. I mean, everybody here can see for themselves, we're all in direct contact with citizens. I'm sure the same goes for everybody else here. When you look at examples or problems at county level, I mean, again, mayors are at the very forefront. County prefects are sort of insulated in many ways, as if it's none of their concern if something is troubling citizens, with one single exception. And we need to talk about this at European level too. I think we are doing that. And to also be constructive, I mean, I like to perceive myself and my administration in this regard. We are sort of creative legalists, that's how I like to put it. Swimming the best way you can in the environment you have. So what Mr. Domac said and what REGEA agency is doing, I see no other way for us small players other than to follow this example, either join REGEA or at any rate cooperate more closely with it. Insofar as I'm aware, the agency was established by public authorities, but the percentage of funding is being reduced coming from public administration. I don't know whether I'm right. But, if you want to be an attractive employer, you have to overcome the limitations of public administrations with coefficients and maximum levels and things like that. This will only get increasingly difficult. So this is how I see it. Profession, experts and expertise, this is something that needs to be available. And what Mr. Puljak said, I mean, I truly don't think that either this government or any other to come would go for massive consolidation in terms of merger of cities, smaller cities, smaller towns joining and merging with bigger cities. If you look at Energy Cities Association, I mean, when you say you have 20,000 inhabitants, you have the status of a city, they start scratching their heads like, if you're a city, what is a town in Croatia then? And we have like 128 cities in the association, and you have municipalities that are actually bigger in size than some cities we have. So, either you have a total reset, which won't happen, or alternatively, you go for that creative, legalistic approach. This is what I advocate. And of course, you focus on professionals, on experts, and you use them to the maximum. Thank you very much. Madam Tsenkovic, would you care to comment on this topic? Well, I definitely think that involvement should be at a higher level. When we speak of any kind of communication, one thing we can do is to rely on ourselves and on our own forces, because if we wait for something external to materialize, the only thing you get is that time passes and you're not doing what you're supposed to do. So even when you look at this initiative, bringing together 4 major cities in Croatia, that also is a major step forward that hadn't been made in the past. You have political visions, political points of view that ended up secondary deliberately, so that we see instead what is it and how is it that we can help each other to improve things. I think we should function at all levels in the same manner. Another thing I consider important is something that strikes me in connection with the green transition and competitions, tenders for green renovation. We have major strategic projects planned, major value. We have two major projects like that. One pertained to energy renovation of our Croatian National Theatre building in the very center of Osijek. It's a piece of cultural heritage subject to bombardment during the Homeland War, so a major heritage site. And this tender was done on the basis of, the quickest finger, essentially. So, I mean, colleagues were sitting there. We basically managed we've succeeded, but we entered in something like the 16th second following the opening of the tender. I mean, this is something that happened a month ago or so. So these are some of the examples where we as cities could work on administration in general. I have no doubt that there are many challenges that higher administration levels are dealing with. We continue mentioning the elections. When speaking about European funds and funding, if things don't work at the very top, they're highly unlikely to function well in the bottom layers. So that's where we could provide useful input in order to communicate better. Thank you. We'll tackle the issue of EU funding and access a bit later on, but let me see how the academic community perceives this matter and how involved are they. Professor Bilas, have you been contacted on these matters? Well, yes. There are several national coordination bodies. This is where our professors participate regularly. Now, whether we would want things to be better and more ambitious, yes, that's true too. Our views are sometimes wider than what the political framework limits us to, but we are not excluded. So you have your counterpart at the other side in terms of communication who understands you. Well, actually, I try to hint at the fact that they do not really understand us quite frequently. It's kind of a continuous thing, continuous situation in Croatia. Many of us feel that we can and should do more, that we should be more ambitious and agile, and then things develop in line with, involvement of administration and limitations as regards decision making. Okay, a question for you too, Mr. Domac. The same question. Well, look, we sometimes don't wait for others to contact us for consultation purposes. We are a small country. Many of us are personal acquaintances. But this is at a substantially lower level than what we'd like to see. I still don't understand this methodology of work where people are closed in their rooms in this or that ministry, preparing documents that have major impact on a wide community without any prior feedback solicitation in terms of what people would need. I know that energy regulation is drafted without a HEP company participating and other energy companies. The communication between HEP and the ministry is highly debatable. Then ministry versus HERA, the energy regulatory agency, also intermittent. It's strange if you look at it, because we're a small country, and I think most of us have all the relevant mobile phone numbers in our own cell phone. It's surprising that the communication is so poor despite that. We should work on communication culture, I think. Not just communication per se, but also communication culture, acknowledging and respecting other opinions in view of the importance of the national plan. I mean, sometimes you hear the minister himself saying that the plan is insufficiently ambitious, and this was procured from the Hrvoje Požar Energy Institute. I mean, the legislation should be much better. Strategic goals should be defined together with people who are supposed to implement this, who are supposed to achieve these objectives. And then I think results would be much better. Okay, let's proceed to the issue of European funding. We won't tackle the scandals that were sometimes connected with green transition earmarked EU funds. To what extent do cities, I mean, first of all, do cities have direct access to European funds for energy transition and climate change adaptation, or is this also tackled at national government level? Well, when you look at the panel this morning, you can see that this is actually a Europe-wide issue. All cities in the EU ask for certain things, namely, the idea would be to channel the money from EU funds through national funding to a lesser degree. In other words, there should be more direct funding, EU versus cities, more direct access of cities. If you ask any European mayor, you'd get the same feedback. So that's something like the key request of ours for the EU and the European Commission. We don't really have a DG that would be responsible for cities in true sense of the word. When you look at EU institutions, there's not much structure really in terms of what cities need and what all cities in Europe should have. But I think things will change. When you look at the forthcoming EU elections, I think many mayors will enter the EP. Some might even become commissioners. So I think that some changes might transpire as a result. So when it comes to my feedback on what you raised, we have very low level of access. There are very few tenders that we can apply for due to our development index level. Funds distributed in such a manner that, choice of what to spend the money on, it's quite awkward, this situation. I think Zagreb and Split are facing biggest problems there. Some towns, some cities like Križevci don't even have access whatsoever. So it's unclear sometimes how this money is channeled, to what exactly, and why our cities receive less money. So that's an objective problem. But let me reiterate, even not having tax reforms done in such a manner that the cities can count on certain funds, just having that possibility to obtain loans via the EIB, if we handle that properly, we'd have sufficient financial capacity to do what we want to do. I think our staffing, HR and administrative capacity is the key bottleneck, the key question mark. It's almost impossible to employ a person who graduated from Faculty of Electrical Engineering in our city administration, because we have extremely strict regulations as to levels of salaries and things like that. So these are the key bottlenecks, I think, more so than money itself. But of course, we'll continue to appeal to a change in approach in terms of more direct access of European cities to EU funding. There's never too much money you can have for important projects. But I think easier procedures are important. The capacity to obtain loans or to issue green bonds, which was never done in the past. The city holding issued bonds in 2007. They said they would spend this money to invest in water supply network. Instead, this was spent on real estate speculation. And we then tackled these bonds. Maybe you don't know about this. The first company in Central and Eastern Europe, so in CE area, the first utility municipal company is the Zagreb holding sustainability-linked bonds, the first issuer of that kind. And our interest depends on environmental objectives of Zagreb holding. So that's what your interest rate depends on. So we engaged in a financial innovation there, but we can do this through city company. The city itself has never issued bonds. I don't know whether a single town in city in Croatia ever did such issuance.
I think these are things that we need to understand more. or that we need to complicate things less by the line ministries. And then we could really have some great potential there. Mr. Tomashevich is the host, so we gave him a bit more time. So now we have to run through with all the other mayors, Mr. Puljak, on the same topic on access to EU funds. Well, I think in Croatia, we need to demystify EU funds. I think we need to look at EU funds in a totally different way. When you say EU funds, people think it's no one's money. They don't understand it's our money. When you ask why you're doing that project, oh, well, it's just European money. Personally, I think it would be much better to use financial instruments. First of all, I don't want to see, I wouldn't like to see grants at all. I think you should always take a loan, and then if you meet the objectives, then they can tell you, okay, you don't have to pay a certain percentage. I think distribution of money would be much more efficient that way. Because mechanisms of better distribution of European funds through this EU mechanism, I mean, everyone knows the criteria. Because if the government likes you, get more money. If the government doesn't like you, don't get the money. So, again, I wouldn't like to complain, because the finances in this entire story turns out that you find the money for any project you want to do. For us, a much bigger problem is to find experts to do the projects, and the continuity of government is a problem. And European money, I think we should demystify the whole concept, and that all European money should be transferred into financial instruments. So those who are better in implementing policies and projects will have more money available, but they will not get it for free, because getting money for free, I think, should be abolished. And these grants should be abolished. Mr. Elan? Well, I can only agree with my colleague Puljak. For 2 years now, we are focusing on financial instruments that we as local self-government unit apply for. And there is always a price connected to that, explicit or implicit price, but it's not a bad thing. You know how the indicators function and how the financial community functions. If anyone looks at the figures carefully, it's the financial guys. So I think this is the best way to go about this. And all these strange feasibility studies where figures are unrealistic, but are still these studies are accepted, and also some of our mayors, they sell land in the economic zones. I think these are all relics of the past, and that we will not see this in the future. Madam Zinkovic. Well, as far as European funds are concerned, we as a city, of course, don't have a problem with that, as you could hear from my earlier speech. But I have to emphasize that given everything, City of Osijek broke a record among the cities who have disbursed most funds from EU funds in the previous mandate, when there was another government managing the City of Osijek. So I think this is a result of professionals, of the team that we could then establish, we could bring together, and we continue to cherish that. As far as the agglomerations are concerned, we are standing really well there. We got 10 million euros more compared to previous period, given the comprehensiveness of urban agglomeration. And as far as disbursement of EU funds is concerned, directly or indirectly, I think the processes should be made faster, easier, the administration should be reduced, and also it would be important to have timely information when the tenders would be launched, when they would enter into force. Because whatever someone thinks, since we in Osijek are the same ruling party as at the national level, people think it's easy for us, but it's not easy for us. There is still a lot of area for improvement when speaking about efficiency and speed with which administration resolves these issues. So we have problems with professionals, that we are lacking them. We are seeing more and more challenges in terms of human resources because we cannot attract young people with these salaries, and we can't retain them with these salaries. Well, if you agree, I will take this as your final word on this. And now I will pass the floor to Professor Bilas and Professor Dolmats for their concluding words. Thank you so much. I think what we need is a simpler recipe, and that is openness, inclusiveness, and cooperation at all levels between the academia, business community, local self-government, and state administration. And then through these models, things can actually change. We should act as Europeans and feel as Europeans and behave as Europeans, not talk about how much money has arrived to Croatia and complain that people left Croatia. We should be ambitious, fully integrated, and we should do our best every day for all the European citizens to start thinking about coming to Croatia. If we achieve this ambition, regardless if we are talking about the green transition, digital transition, or anything else, I think we will have a great future then. But then we have to start thinking what are the obstacles to achieve that. People were mentioning human resources, so I would like to mention that Croatia is one of very few countries in this part of Europe that doesn't have scholarships for international students. We don't have an agency supporting international students. We don't have local policies accepting local students. So this is why we cannot progress. Yes, come study at the Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computing and fall in love with Croatia. Professor Dolmats, your final words or concluding words? Well, to sum up, we are talking about green transition today, about the energy sector, about adaptation to climate change. And the common denominator for these very difficult and complex topics have to be continuity and political consensus. The projects that we are working on, last for longer than the mayor's mandate. They have to be prepared in a healthy way at the level of cooperation and understanding and consensus with the central state, regardless who is in power. And then it's not important which parliamentary party is in power at the national level and at the city level, as long as we have continuity. But this is something that we need to continue working on in Croatia. Thank you so much, Professor Dolmats. I want to thank all the panelists. We are going to conclude this conference now. I want to thank you all who stayed until the very end this Friday afternoon. But before the final parting words, let's listen to conclusions that will be sent out to European institutions so that the new European Parliament gets Croatian guidelines for a Green Deal and the green transition. So that's why I'm inviting now Mr. Klisovic, President of the City Assembly. Thank you so much. I will try to sum up our conclusions. I will try to sum up the conclusions because I'm sure you're tired. The conclusions will be published at our website. They will be sent out to institutions. the conclusions will be a bit longer or more expanded than what I will say now. I think that today fits very well with the first day that we had, because today decision makers who make the decisions on citizens' behalf said what their problems are, what they're planning to do, what their vision is, and I think that this vision overlaps with citizens' vision. During the first panel, we heard that local government is the driver of green transition, so we need to increase administrative capacities and implementation capacities for energy policies. We heard this in the last panel as well. For all panels, well, actually, there were some ideas that were cutting across all these panels. Regulatory framework, European one and national one, particularly national one, are very rigid and are slowing down the ambitions of cities to implement the policies that they wish to implement and as they promised in the campaign to their citizens. Urban development strategies have to become part of the new European Green Deal to promote transformation of the system to achieve climate-neutral cities and regions. It is necessary to strengthen and improve levels of management. We heard on several occasions that the relationship between national government and cities is not really done in the spirit of partnership, and it has to be improved. We said in order to achieve fair and just transition, we need to promote platforms for dialogue with interested stakeholders, starting with citizens, academia, business community, unions, anyone who has something to say on the topic, because green sustainable transition pertains to all of us. In the second panel, since we are now approaching the European elections, we are talking about the future of the Green Deal. It was emphasized that regions and cities need a new Green Deal, which will plan long-term framework that will go beyond one mandate. We need continuity and political consensus as a key to success. In the drafting of the new Green Deal and of the national energy and climate plans, cities have to be involved from the very beginning. Cities are not complaining because they have their own capacities that they're developing, but still we need a synergy between national government and local government to have high quality result. We need to strengthen just green and digital transition and divergence of European regions. We don't want to leave anyone behind in this green transition, regardless if we're talking about individuals or cities and regions of the European Union. We also heard that new Green Deal should include inclusive social cohesion by providing targeting support to local and regional authorities in order to increase their energy security and resilience. It was particularly emphasized that the European Green Deal should include a strong financial package that would include direct crediting lines for cities, as we heard in the last panel, and that would increase administrative capacities of cities and regions for implementation of green policies. We need a mechanism for mobilizing private capital for financing green transition projects. A great emphasis should be placed on social cohesion and policies for developing new jobs through requalification of the labor and access to safe and healthy food and accessible housing to all. And now we are at the last panel. We just had the opportunity to hear the problems of certain cities, what are their ambitions and plans, and how they are being limited by the legal framework. Fear from decision making was a very interesting thing to hear about, because that's something that is really blocking the processes. The strategies which we are adopting and not implementing are not being implemented because those who are supposed to enforce these strategies are not consulted when drafting the strategies. Cities need more competencies. That was said, and I think that's a very important segment because those who have competencies but are out of touch with citizens really cannot feel the problems in order to implement these projects and policies in a high-quality manner. State procedures should be simplified. We all agree on that, and this is something that we will particularly emphasize in the conclusions that we will send to the government of the Republic of Croatia. That's all on conclusions. I would like to thank all of you who stayed here in really impressive numbers until the very end of this conference. I want to thank you for participating in this conference, for listening to us, for thinking about green transition, sustainable transition, a joint path to the future. This is something that we will continue to work on in our city because we want our citizens as active participants in decision-making processes and in correcting city policies because this is green transition that impacts each one of us. Thank you once again.